We'll get started in just a few moments, but before we do, I'm going to go over some of the Zoom and other technical features for the meeting this evening. For those of you joining via web browser on your computer, smartphone, or tablet, you will see these icons along the bottom of your screen. By clicking the two icons in your bottom left corner, you can mute and unmute your microphone and turn the camera on your device on and off. If you move down the bar to your right, you will find the participant icon. By clicking this icon, you can see the other participants, rename yourself. We ask that you do this now so we can better identify you if you wish to speak later during the workshop. And this is also where you can raise your hand to indicate that you wish to speak. Please go ahead and mute yourself now. If you are dialing into the meeting with your phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand and then *9 again to lower your hand. Moving further down the bar to your right, you'll find the chat icon. You can use this feature to submit questions and comments to comments privately to workshop hosts. One of our workshop co-hosts is Jennifer Elwell, who is a rule developer in the Air District's Office of Rule Development and Strategic Policy. If at any time tonight you need technical assistance, please use the chat function and direct your questions to Jennifer-Tech Support. You can also contact via phone, text, or email. Please take a moment to write down Jennifer's contact information. I hope you had enough time to write down her contact information. If you didn't, you can always chat to the co-host and we can provide that information to you. But now I'm going to turn it over to our Senior Deputy Executive Officer of Policy and Equity, Ms. Veronica Eady, for opening remarks.
Thanks, Anish. I want to welcome and thank everybody for attending this workshop tonight. In particular, I'm really grateful for the community that made the efforts to turn out such a great number. And I'm looking now, we're at 165, particularly Communities for a Better Environment. I know that they've worked really hard requesting the workshop, working with their local communities. So I do want to give them a shout out and thank them. It's been a long journey, and I also appreciate everybody who has stuck with us through this journey. We're not there yet. This workshop is part of the longer process, but we're on our way, and we need your input to help us get there, and your partnership. So I do want to acknowledge a few people tonight. First of all, I believe that Jack Broadbent, our executive officer here at the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, is with us tonight. It speaks to the importance of this rule. In addition, we have a couple of board members. I know that Supervisor John Joya, who's on the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors, I'm sure many of you know him. He's here with us tonight to observe and engage. We're also expecting, I'm not sure if he's here yet, but we're expecting John Bowders, who is on the City Council of Emeryville, and he chairs our board's Stationary Source Committee. So discussions about this rule have been there, and so he also felt it really important to observe tonight.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Good. I didn't see you before we got here. So as I said, this is a piece in a long journey. Some of you have joined recently, some of you have been with us for a long time, but my hope is that we have a successful meeting tonight with some really robust dialogue, and I really do mean dialogue, not just us talking at people. And I hope that folks will stay engaged after tonight. Your comments are critically important to this process, and we do want to ensure that all of the discussion that's happened here tonight is not only among us, but becomes part of the record so that others can tune in, watch, and learn from the dialogue that we have here tonight. And in the end, we know that we're talking about some very large sources here in the Bay Area, and this rule can contribute to improved air quality all across the Bay Area. So thank you again, and I will hand it back to you, Anish.
Thank you, Veronica, for your opening remarks. And since we are in a virtual space, I want to go over our virtual participation principles for this evening. We want to respect the speaker and make sure everyone can hear the information being shared tonight clearly. So please respect one speaker at a time and help us avoid distracting and disruptive background noise by keeping your microphone muted when you're not speaking. Be careful, be respectful of one another's opinions. And even though we are not together physically, if possible, please share your video so we can stay visually connected. In this virtual space, technology issues do occur, so thank you in advance for your patience and flexibility. We will do our best to assist you. And remember, this is just one meeting in a longer process for providing comment. Tonight's workshop will include a short poll of participants, and then we'll move into a staff presentation by David Joe, Assistant Manager of the Air District's Office of Rural Development and Strategic Policy, and Phil Martine, Director of the Air District's Assessment, Inventory, and Modeling Division. Following staff's presentation, we'll transition into the public input portion of the workshop, where we have a breakout session planned for smaller group discussions, as well as an open Q&A session with the entire group. Then we'll close with next steps in the rule development process. And now I'll turn it over to my colleague, Kristen, who will explain the participant poll.
Thank you, Anish. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Kristen. I'm in the Community Engagement Office along with Anish and a few other folks who are on here with us tonight. So we wanted to do a quick poll just to get a good sense of who's here with us tonight. We are at as I admit this person, we are at 175. So this is really great. So we're going to do a Zoom poll. This is my first time, so please be patient with me. We know that tonight is just one sort of phase in a much larger process, and a lot of folks have been involved with us up until this point and will continue to be involved with us after. And so we've received lots of comments and lots of questions and various sentiments so far, and we kind of want to get a sense of who's here with us tonight and where do you land on some of these sentiments we've heard so far. To get a good sense of the polling features, we do have a test question, partly so that I know that I won't mess it up when we get to the important question, and also partly so that you can test out the functionality yourself. So I'm going to go ahead and launch this first question, and it's an important one to me. It's the age-old question of which do you prefer, pizza or tacos? And there really is only one correct answer here. I won't tell you what it is. All right, this is people are really quick to the draw on this one. We'll give it a few more seconds here. People are still coming in quick. All right, we're at about 90% vote. Oh, 86% vote. They're still coming in. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll here. I'm going to share the results. 55% of you got it correct. Tacos are the world's most perfect food. Okay, so we got that down. Now on to the second question. So as you saw on the slide, we have received quite a few comments, quite a few questions. I'm asking the Air District folks and our board members who are here with us tonight to please not vote on this one. Keep your votes to yourself. This is for the public. So of the sentiments on the poll, which do you identify with? And you can actually respond to more than one here. So you can respond to all three or just one if you like. People are a little slower to the draw on this one, requiring a little more thinking. And we will capture this, this data. My colleague Victor is going to screen grab it just in case Zoom doesn't record it. I'll give it a few more. We got people straggling in here. All right. Anyone else? We had more people vote. Well, that's because Air District aren't voting this time. Okay. Looks like it slowed down. End polling, share results. So 51% support the most stringent wet gas scrubbing technology. All right, I'm gonna let it sit here for a second or so. Victor, do you wanna give me a thumbs up once you get the screen grab? All right, cool. Okay, thanks everyone. So we will make sure that we have this recorded and documented for the future. I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing. Thank you so much for participating in that. And I will hand it back to Anish.
Thank you, Kristen. And I'm actually going to turn it over to David Joe, who's going to kick us off with our first presentation.
Okay, thanks, Anish. And thanks again to everyone for joining tonight. My name is David Joe, and I'm the Assistant Manager of the Rule Development Section at the Air District. Dr. Phil Martin, the Director of our Assessment, Inventory, and Modeling Division, will also be providing a portion of this presentation. Next slide, please. So in this presentation, I'll provide some background on this rule development effort and talk about some of the draft amendments that were released. We'll also discuss some of the impacts associated with these draft amendments and talk about the rule development process and next steps for this effort. I want to note that these topics are discussed in further detail in the workshop report and materials that are available on our website. As Veronica mentioned, we want to allow as much opportunity as possible for your comments and questions during this meeting. So I'll try to just highlight some of the key information in this presentation and allow you to take some time to review the materials that you're interested in. Next slide, please. So this rule development effort is focused on addressing emissions from fluidized catalytic cracking units, or FCCUs. These are processing units at refineries that are used to convert components of crude oil into gasoline and other products. So these FCCUs are large sources of emissions at the refineries, especially of particulate matter, or PM. 4 of the 5 refineries in the Bay Area have FCCUs, and those are Chevron, Richmond, PBF Martinez, which was formerly the Shell refinery, Marathon Martinez, and Valero Benicia. The estimated PM emissions from each of these FCCUs are shown in the table here. I do want to note that the Marathon Martinez refinery was idled in 2020, and the company announced that there are no current plans to restart that facility. So the emissions here, the emissions shown here reflect their normal operating conditions. Next slide, please. So the Air District originally adopted Rule 6.5 in 2015, and we're currently developing amendments to this rule to further reduce particulate matter emissions from these FCCUs. So staff has identified 2 potential control options to reduce these emissions and has developed drafts of the regulatory amendments that reflect these different control strategies, as well as some preliminary estimates of the potential impacts associated with each control option. Again, this information is provided in the workshop materials that were posted, and we'll be providing an overview of that information in this presentation. Next slide, please. So we've distinguished these different control options as control scenario A and control scenario B, and that's for ease of reference. You'll see that terminology throughout this presentation and in the materials on the website. So first, I'll give some information on what the requirements are for the draft amendments under each of these control scenarios. So as you can see from this table, both control scenarios include new and modified limits on pollutants to reduce PM emissions from these sources. So these limits are summarized in this table. As shown, the amendments under control scenario A would require limits on ammonia and sulfur dioxide to reduce the formation of particulate matter, as well as a limit on the total PM10 emitted from these sources. And that limit under control scenario A is 0.020 grains per dry standard cubic foot. So this is a limit on the concentration of PM10 in the exhaust that's being emitted. On the right side of the table, we can see that the amendments under control scenario B would require similar limits on ammonia and sulfur dioxide, but would have a more stringent limit on total PM10. And that limit would be 0.010 grains per dry standard cubic foot. I also wanted to note that the effective date of control scenario B would be later than under control scenario A, and that's based on staff's understanding of the type of equipment and scale of changes that would be required at the refineries under control scenario B. And I'll speak about that a bit more on the next slide. So both sets of these draft amendments also include a number of other requirements for monitoring, reporting, and administrative requirements. But this summarizes the main limits that would be imposed. Next slide, please. So what refineries would be affected under each scenario, and what would be required to comply with those limits? So under control scenario A, we expect that Chevron and PBF refineries would be required to make changes at their facilities to meet the limits. Staff believes that these limits could be achieved with improvements or expansions to their existing controls. This includes electrostatic precipitators, or ESPs, feed hydrotreaters, and catalyst additives. Staff anticipates that under control scenario A, the Marathon and Valero refineries would already be able to meet these limits and would not require substantial changes. So again, on the right side, we see the information for control scenario B. And under this scenario, we expect, again, that Chevron and PBF would be affected, as would Marathon. Again, Marathon is currently idled, but if they do restart operations, that unit would be subject to the rule and any amendments and would be required to install additional controls. So for control scenario B, staff anticipates that these refineries would be required to install wet gas scrubbing technology to meet these emission limits. Staff anticipates that the Valero Benicia refinery would be able to achieve these limits without substantial modifications, as that refinery currently operates a wet gas scrubbing system. Next slide, please. So based on the draft amendments and staff's understanding of what changes would occur under each scenario, we developed preliminary estimates of the impacts under both control scenario A and control scenario B. So these estimates of impacts are used to both inform the development of the regulatory amendments and to provide information to the Air District's Board of Directors when they're considering the adoption of any rules or amendments. So among the impacts evaluated are the potential emission reductions that would result from the amendments, the potential cost of installing and operating controls, the cost effectiveness of these controls, which is defined as the cost per ton of reduction, and the potential socioeconomic impacts, which are impacts on the economy, jobs, or consumers. Potential environmental impacts are also evaluated that could result from additional controls, as well as the health benefits that could result from the emission reductions. So again, I'll provide a high-level summary of these impacts, but more details will be available in the workshop materials. Next slide, please. So first, we'll look at the emissions and cost impacts under each control scenario. So here we have the tabulated information, and it's followed by a visual representation. So again, under control scenario A, we're showing the total PM reductions that we would estimate of about 250 tons per year between Chevron and PBF, as well as the estimated capital cost and the total annual cost associated with those controls. The cost effectiveness is also shown here, again, defined as the total annual cost divided by the tons of reductions. Next slide, please.
You want to explain whose cost, please?
Yeah, we can, if we can hold questions to the end, but these are the compliance costs for the refineries installing these control technologies. So under control scenario B, we are showing similar information for the estimated emission reductions and the capital costs. Again, under this scenario, we anticipate that Chevron, PBF, and Marathon would be expected to install additional equipment and would achieve PM reductions as a result of that. So here we see that the total reductions across the 3 refineries total about a little under 500 tons per year, with the capital costs totaling about $730 million. Again, we're showing the annualized costs and the cost effectiveness and incremental cost effectiveness, which is the difference between this control scenario and the control scenario A. Next slide, please. So these charts summarize some of that emissions and cost information that we had discussed previously. Again, on the left is the estimated emission reductions. In the middle is the estimated annualized cost, and the right graph combines some of this information and looking at the cost effectiveness. So this is all detailed in the workshop report, and we're happy to answer questions about this later. But this is here for reference for anyone who wants to view this later. Next slide, please. So staff also evaluates the potential socioeconomic impacts of the rule. And the methodologies being used here are the ones developed and used by the California Air Resources Board and the ones that have been used by the Air District in past rulemaking processes. So this methodology looks at the cost of compliance compared to the net income at the facilities, and above a certain threshold, we assume that there are going to be substantial socioeconomic impacts. So we are assuming a threshold of 10% of when there would need to be adjustments made by the facilities to recoup their costs from the costs of compliance and implementation. So we see here that under control scenario A, there is the costs are under that 10% threshold, and in control scenario B, those costs would be above that threshold. And we can estimate the magnitude and the types of potential changes that would occur based on those potential cost impacts, and look at the estimated equivalent in jobs and potential changes to fuel prices and the consumer markets. So that's shown here, and again, provided in the workshop materials. Next slide, please. So we've also looked at some of the environmental impacts or potential environmental impacts associated with these different controls. One of the major potential impacts that was identified was the use of water for the wet gas scrubbing technology under control scenario B. We estimate that each wet gas scrubbing system would require approximately 400,000 gallons per day of water, which is approximately equal to the water use at a 18-hole golf course. So there are technologies and designs available to reduce that water use, but they often come with increased cost and increased complexity to that design. Next slide, please. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Phil Martin at this point to talk about some of the work the district has been doing to evaluate potential PM impacts and health benefits associated with this effort.
Thank you, David, and good evening, everyone. And thanks again to everyone for joining our virtual workshop. For this part of the presentation, I'll discuss a computer modeling-based assessment of impacts of fine particulate matter, or PM 2.5, emitted from the Chevron Richmond refinery and the PBF Martinez refinery. And this assessment will look at who is most exposed and how equitable the exposures are. And a key set of takeaways are the health benefits of the proposed rules, and that includes evaluation of the health benefits in terms of dollars. And just to point out, this valuation of health benefits is supplemental information beyond the required evaluations that David Joe has presented. So if you've been tracking the Air District Stationary Source Committee meetings, most of this material will look familiar to you, and the materials are on the website. I will flag a bit of new content, which is the health impact and assessment, as now we've extended it to include the PBF refinery in addition to the Chevron refinery. Next slide, please. So we ran an air quality computer model for 3 years, 2016 to 2018, to track plumes and map concentrations of PM 2.5 from all inventoried sources at Chevron and PBF. And then we mapped annual average concentrations of PM 2.5 within a study area that was defined from the combined plumes of the two refineries. So on this map, Chevron is on the left and PBF is on the right. And the contour levels, or the black lines on this map, go from 1 microgram per cubic meter near the facility out to 0.1 microgram per cubic meter, which is where we set the boundary of the study area. And that's the study area is where we assessed impacts. So this modeling includes contributions from both refinery sources, but no other sources of PM. So we can't directly compare to observations since other types of PM sources weren't included. But for context and to see what that contribution is relative to a measured total, we can compare to the nearby San Pablo measurement site, where a total annual average is between about 8 to 10 micrograms per cubic meter if we exclude the big wildfires, and higher, up to 13 micrograms per cubic meter if those recent wildfire periods are included. Next slide, please. About 1 million people live in this study area, and from this map we can start to get a sense of who is being exposed and where. Each dot on the map represents a person, and the colors represent the racial and ethnic composition of the residents exposed. Compared to the Bay Area as a whole, this population study area has a higher proportion of African American, Black, and Hispanic Latino residents. And even within the study area, we find that people of color are disproportionately exposed. Next slide, please. So exposures to PM 2.5 from refineries are not equally distributed. This slide summarizes what's shown in the map. And in terms of per capita exposures, looking at the different emission scenarios. And the top set of bars here is for Chevron, the bottom set for PBF. The height of each bar represents the average concentrations of PM 2.5 that each group of residents is exposed to, and colors, like in the map, represent the racial and ethnic composition of the exposed residents. The darker portions of each bar show the exposures from the FCCU, while the lighter parts represent the non-FCCU sources. And then finally, the 3 bars in each set correspond to a baseline or existing conditions scenario. And then the scenario A that David mentioned is the middle. And then the most stringent scenario B, is on the right. So if we compare the top set of bars to the bottom, we can see that Chevron's impacts are greater, but we can also see that a greater portion of the impacts from PBF are from the FCCU, the darker part of the bars. So we can see that Chevron's impacts are greatest for African American, Black, and Hispanic Latino residents, while PBF's impacts are greater for white and Hispanic Latino residents. And these disparities in exposure are mostly due to the emissions from the non-FCCU sources, especially at Chevron, which you can see by looking at the lighter portion of the bars. So while Chevron's facility impacts are greater, the reduction in impacts from the proposed 6.5 limits are actually greater for PBS because a larger portion of the impacts from PBF are from the FCCU. Next slide, please. We know that exposure to PM 2.5 has significant health impacts, and this table shows estimates of those health impacts from the Chevron refinery using our modeled exposures and by applying the US Environmental Protection Agency's Benefits Mapping and Analysis Computer Program, or BENMAP. And BENMAP applies effect estimates from published health studies that link PM exposures to the various kinds of health impacts that are shown in the first and second columns in this table, in addition to mortality. The third column shows annual valuations in dollars due to these health impacts. And we certainly recognize that there are a lot of assumptions embedded in the valuation of health impacts, especially for mortality. Here we've relied on the valuations tabulated in the US EPA's BENMAP model itself for each of these valuations. For heart attacks and mortality, we see a range in valuations, and that's because BENMAP provides different effect estimates for different health studies, and we're showing that range here. And then finally, the benefits from the two FCCU control scenarios are shown in the last two columns in percent reductions, and then the total benefit valuations from the reductions from all impacts are combined are in the last, at the bottom of the last two columns. Next slide, please. This table is like the previous one. It's showing estimated health impacts, but now for the PBF refinery using the same methods that we used for Chevron. And here, the health impacts from all sources at the PBF refinery, looking at the baseline, the valuation column, are roughly half those for Chevron. For example, and here looking at the second column, we see that whereas the mortality attributed to Chevron was between 5 to 12 deaths per year, for PBF, it's between about 3 to 6 deaths per year. And recall that the exposures from Chevron were bigger, so we expect to see that. But because the Rule 6.5 proposed emission limits result in greater emission reductions from PBF than for Chevron, the benefits are actually larger for PBF than for Chevron under scenario A, and about the same, but a bit larger than Chevron under scenario B as well. Again, the benefits valuations are in the last two columns. Next slide. So this is my last slide, and it's a summary table that shows a cost-benefit comparison for the proposed FCCU limits at Chevron and PBF. And here we've combined the costs of control estimates that David showed in his portion of the presentation with the benefit valuations in the previous two slides, the tables. And again, this is supplemental information for weighing the advantages of the control options. And I won't read everything that's in the table, but just point out that you can see for Chevron, for each of the two scenarios and the proposed limits, what the project's costs are compared to the modeled benefits in each of the cases. So again, we see a range in the benefits valuation in this table, which reflect, the range in the effect estimates from the different health studies in the BENMAP model. And so with that, I'll turn it back to David.
Thanks, Phil. Anish, thank you. So to finish up this presentation, I just wanted to provide some information on the rule development process, including where we are right now and the potential next steps. So as mentioned, staff has published draft amendments and workshop materials for public review and comment. We'll be reviewing the comments received and considering all this information as we move forward in the process. If needed, staff may solicit further input or seek additional comments on other materials or drafts, and that would be prior to developing the proposed amendments that would eventually go before our board of directors. So when those proposed amendments are published, there will be another public comment period. Then the proposed amendments could be considered for adoption by the Air District Board of Directors. And that would take place at a public hearing where comments would also be accepted. Next slide, please. So again, we're currently accepting comments on the draft amendments and workshop materials. We'll be getting some of that feedback tonight. And after the workshop, we'll continue to accept comments through March 1st. We'll be posting those comments that we receive on our website if you're interested in seeing the other public comments that are submitted. And after the workshop, you can also contact staff if you have further comments or questions. So we'll also put this information up later on, and all of this information can be found on our website as well. So with that, I'll pass it on to Kristen.
Thank you. Great presentations. Okay, so I know that there's probably a burning desire to get right into questions and comments and those sorts of things. I'm getting hit with lots of chat, so I know that's true. But we are going to go into breakouts where you will get to engage in some deeper dialogue with each other, and then we will come back together as a larger group for big group questions and answers and comments. So the Air District team has prepared and presented information on the two control scenarios that you see here on this slide. And so we ask that you take just a few moments here to think about which you feel would be the most appropriate option to bring to the Air District Board of Directors. If you're undecided, or if there's an option that we didn't present tonight that you are really excited about, that's fine as well. There will be lots of time to ask questions and talk about those. We will put you in breakouts, and when you're in breakouts, we're going to ask you to think about and to dialogue around a few different questions. So what is it about this option that excites you? What would you like the Board of Directors to know about this option? And what questions do you still have that you would like to know more about? And your facilitators will walk you through those questions again, and we'll post those in chat so you don't have to remember them. When we break you out into breakouts, we're going to use a technique called Socratic Circles. And this is a way for us to be able to hear as many perspectives as possible. And it's also an opportunity for you to build on each other's ideas and to really just get into a dialogue together. Once you get into your breakout room, and I think, Anish, there might be another slide kind of more about the breakout room. Once you get into a breakout room, please keep your microphone on mute, but keep your video on if you are able to. If you cannot turn your video on, or if you're using a phone and you just don't have that feature available to you, that's okay. Our facilitator will walk you through how you can still participate. We do ask that Air District staff and board members to please keep your videos off during the dialogue sessions, and keep your microphones on mute unless one of the facilitators asks you to respond to a question. We'll have about 25 minutes in our breakouts, and I'll be sending communication. A little blue box will pop up just to kind of keep us on pace. So be on the lookout for that blue box. After the breakout, we will do a quick report out, and then we will move into a larger group discussion. So I'm going to go ahead and use the randomized, and again, bear with me, this is my first time being on this side of the controls on Zoom. So I'm going to go ahead and assign everybody automatically to breakout rooms. There are a lot of us, and we only have 6 facilitation teams. So be mindful of that as you're entering your rooms. When you get into your breakout rooms, your facilitators will not be there yet. I have to manually assign them into your rooms. So please be patient and bear with us. I am going to go ahead and create the rooms now. A window will pop up. You just click on it and it'll send you to your breakout room. All right, here we go. So my name is Kristen, and I'm going to be your group's facilitator. My job is basically just to make sure we stay on time. My colleague here, Victor, is here to answer any questions that come up around the rules that were discussed earlier. We're both going to be taking.
Maybe I should reintroduce myself because
Yeah.
I'm Victor Douglas. I am the Rural Development Manager here at the Air District. So.
Okay, thanks, Victor. So we have a lot to cover and we only have so much time together. So we ask that one person speaks at a time, that folks are patient with each other, that we're specific and concise, and that if you hear something that is something you wanted to say, just note that and move on. We don't want to spend too much time sort of saying the same things over and over again, recognizing that technology happens, and I'm currently dealing with that. So we need to practice patience with this technology that we're all using for virtually every aspect of our life these days. And just a reminder that no decisions are going to be made tonight. This is one phase in a much larger process, and we're collecting information to share with our board, but we are not making decisions. So the Air District has prepared and presented information, which you just had the pleasure of sitting through, on 2 different control scenarios, each of which has different requirements and different impacts. So like I mentioned, please take some time to think about which of those control scenarios you feel like is the most important to bring to our board. So again, that's control scenario A, which is the PM limit of 0.02, control scenario B, which is the PM limit of 0.01. And then there may be another option that you like better that we didn't present on, that you've thought up or you've heard of, or maybe you're undecided. And so we're going to use what's called Socratic Circles. And again, I'm going to ask that anyone in here who is an Air District staff person or one of our board members to keep your camera off. Victor and I will keep ours on when we're in facilitation mode, and we'll turn it off when you all are in dialogue. So for those of you who support control scenario A, you're going to engage in dialogue with each other for about 5 minutes. So for those of you who prefer control scenario B, or undecided, or think of another scenario maybe better, I ask that you now turn your camera off and you mute yourself. And those who prefer control scenario A, keep your cameras on and go ahead and unmute yourself. If you're using a phone, you can unmute yourself by pressing *9. So you now have 5 minutes to talk about what excites you about this option. What do you want the board of directors to know? What questions do you have? So you have 5 minutes to go ahead and dialogue around this, and I'll go ahead and start now. Deborah, your hand's raised, and I'm having a request to repeat the question. Ernesto, repeat the 3 questions that they'll be dialoguing around.
Oh, I didn't know.
Go ahead.
Can you
Deborah.
hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Before we started, I want to know, what is the PM rate now? So like if we did scenario A, what would it take it down? You said it takes it down to 0.2, but what is it currently? So we know how much reduction we'd be getting with A, and then how much further reduction we'd be getting with B. I think I need to know that.
I think
I'll
that
let Victor.
I believe that was presented in the slide presentation, but I know the baseline emission rate for the FCCUs are higher than 0.02, which is option A, but I'm not quite sure how much higher it is. So the baseline is higher, and then if we went to option A, it would go to 0.02, so you get an emission reduction. If we went to 0.01, you'll get an additional emission reduction over the baseline and the option A of 0.02. I don't have those exact numbers right now in front of me, but option A is the option B is the most stringent option. Option A is the lesser stringent option.
Thank you. So I'm getting a question in the chat. So for folks who are in support of control scenario A, cameras on. And if we only have, one or two folks, then that's not really going to lend itself for dialogue. But for those of you who are in support of control scenario A, camera on and unmute yourself. And if it seems like it's going to be a conversation of just a few folks, then we'll go ahead and we'll put control scenario A along with the third group, which I mentioned, which would be the undecideds and the folks who are maybe interested in another option.
My camera's not on, but I'm unmuted. I'd like to just make a comment.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, Christopher. Let me see. So it looks like there's maybe two folks. Is that correct? Or is there someone on the phone who is also in support of control scenario A? Okay, go ahead, Christopher.
So I just wanted to point out, when we were looking at those slideshows, as I mentioned, I've worked at the Martinez Refinery for 27 years now. I'm a United Steelworkers chairman representing 400 USW members who work at the Martinez Refinery. Those cost estimates are low, and low by a long shot. And we have never seen a rule with this kind of cost basis associated with it. They mentioned the wet gas scrubber scenario affecting 128 jobs. Those are 128 good paying jobs that average about $50 an hour with good benefits. And many of these people are high school graduates without college degrees and are gonna have a really tough time finding work. But the reality is that we're not just talking about 128 jobs. A wet gas scrubber at the Martinez Refinery would cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $700 to $800 million. That would put PBF Energy out of business. Their market cap is under $1 billion. They don't have that kind of capital. They're being put into the same type of group that Shell, we were previously Shell Oil. They're a large oil company. They might have been able to take some of that, but we're in the middle of this COVID pandemic, and the record would show that PBF has lost more than $400 million in one quarter last year. They stopped paying dividends. They continue to lose money after selling assets. They borrowed money. They're shutting down parts of refineries, laying off workers. So the impact here is much greater than 128 jobs. It has the potential to impact 600 good jobs, and it's going to have a big impact on the community in Martinez and other outlying communities as well. So I wanted to get that out there. I know we don't have a lot of time, but thank you very much for your time.
And I don't know what the time limit is on our comments, but briefly to echo Chris's comments, Dave Schoenthal, work at the PBF Martinez Refinery, and our market cap, the company's market cap is just under $1 billion. They acquired the PBF Martinez Refinery, where PBF did, in February of last year for just about under $1 billion. So it would literally, a wet gas scrubber would literally put the refinery itself out of business, if not the entire enterprise. It is not the same size enterprise as the Shell or Chevron or the large integrateds. And also there's been comments about, the oil refineries contributing 10% of the PM pollution, the 2.5 pollution. So now 2 refineries are gone, production rates are down, massive wildfires and seasonal wood burning would make the percentage even smaller than this number. So in fact, there'd be no way to directly connect oil refinery PM emissions from these 2 refineries alone to the health effects even be discussed in tonight's presentation. So with that, I turn that back over to y'all and to another speaker, and appreciate the time that you set aside for this.
And this is Darren Stroud. I'm with the Martinez Refining Company as well. The one point I would like to make is that putting aside all the costs, which the 2 gentlemen just spoke to, and is a reality that we find ourselves in during these COVID times, but it would be technologically infeasible to install a wet gas scrubber at the Martinez Refinery. There is not enough space to put the large pieces of equipment that are associated with this scrubber. I don't think people appreciate the massive size of the scrubber that would be required to be installed. We're talking several stories high and hundreds of feet long, with lots of ducting and piping and other related equipment. So it's not something that you can buy off the shelf and that you can drop into the refinery. There's not space to put it at the refinery, so it's not feasible to do so. Additionally, people have to realize the environmental impacts associated with this air pollution control technology. There was earlier, one of the district individuals presented the water impacts. To put it also in another context, we're talking about enough water for 2,000 households on a daily basis. And we're also talking about—
Our time is up for this option, so please go ahead and wrap up.
Well, I would just finish my comment that the greenhouse gas impacts associated with a wet gas scrubber are far more than people appreciate. And again, about 2,000 households worth of greenhouse gases, or 2,000 cars worth of greenhouse gases. So there are trade-offs here.
Thank you, Darren. I'm sorry, we have to keep this going, but Victor's captured everything, and there will be more time after this in the larger group. So thank you so much for the control scenario A folks. Victor's been capturing what you're saying. We're also recording this breakout, so your thoughts and ideas will be shared. So now I'd like to ask those of you who support control scenario A to go ahead and turn your cameras off and to mute yourself, and those who support control scenario B to go ahead and turn your cameras on if you are able to, and to unmute yourself. There are a lot of you, so if you have a lot of background noise, just be mindful of that and maybe keep yourself on mute until you're ready to speak. But really what we're trying to do here is to have an open dialogue. And so I know Zoom makes that a little bit challenging, but that's the goal here. And as a reminder, I'll go ahead and post the questions again in the chat here, but what is it about this option that is exciting to you? What do you want the board to know? What questions do you still have? You don't have to, those are just some prompts to start a conversation. You don't have to use those as prompts. You can start anywhere. You can build on someone else's ideas. You can come in with a fresh thought or idea. But I'm going to go ahead and start the timer and step away and allow you all the floor. So you don't need to worry about raising your hands. This is really a space for you to dialogue. So go ahead and begin.
Maybe I can ask a clarifying question. I understand that other refineries smaller than the ones we have in the Bay Area are using wet scrubbers. How many refineries are using it, and what do they bring their PM down to?
in the Bay Area, there's only one other refinery that's using a wet gas scrubber, and that's the Valero Benicia refinery. And I believe there's one, maybe two in the South Coast, and I'm not sure how many others across the nation. We have a limited amount of information on the cost of refineries across the nation, including California, and that's in this, the workshop report. So if you look in the cost information, that'll give you some details on a number of refineries that are using wet gas scrubbers.
Yeah, I'm afraid to look for it right now is a bit difficult, and I'm sorry you don't have that information handy.
So yeah, let's open this up for dialogue. There will be time for Q&A afterward, but I really want this to be an opportunity for dialogue. Thank you.
So Kristen, this is Greg Karras, Community Energy Resources. Hi. On your questions, what I like about the more protective, lower particulate limit is that it's more protective. It'll save lives. And this is partly an answer to your question, earlier that I didn't answer, and we'll speak more about. It also eliminates a catastrophic explosion hazard that is a big deal for the economy and for workers, and makes it the cheapest option, in my opinion, in the opinion of, and based on evidence that the state has used for separate regulations in the past. So it's going to protect health. It's going to start to ameliorate the severe environmental racism in the refinery communities. And it's going to be better for our economy and for workers' jobs because of that serious hazard it would get rid of. And the less protective limit would not get rid of that hazard. That's what I want the board and the staff to know.
And I'll just add to that. What I like about it is definitely the health benefits. My husband has COPD. My grandson has asthma. My daughter's partner has diabetes, which I also understand is also can be linked to PM 2.5. So the health is really important to me. And I really appreciated hearing from the people in Group A, because I think the job the job stuff, obviously we have to address as a community and politically, but I just feel like we have to figure out a way that is not trading health, and especially the way that Greg mentioned in terms of the worse impact on the communities of color for jobs. We just have to find a way outside of that. And I think the time to find that way is now, because I think to me, the social license for the refineries to just continue pollute. I mean, the world is different now with climate change and with COVID. Things have really changed, and we have to change the rules with it.
But are we changing the rules, or are we just pushing the rules around? Because quite frankly, that we've been taking advantage of many of these communities for so long that the communities aren't still having a voice. If you look around this screen, you still don't see the voices of the communities that are the most disadvantaged and the most affected by the changes that are about to be made. I still think that some of what was said from the previous group that does need to be taken into account. My husband's a longshoreman. Most of them those are good paying jobs and they're well protected. But we did need to make sure that we make sure that the sustainable implementation of any of these programs are going to transfer the benefits of that program to the communities that are the most impacted by any of these decisions. And so while I do support the most stringent of these limits, I do say that it has to be phased in a way that does not harm either the communities or the workforce. And if you're going to protect the workforce, on the other hand, it still needs to be a workforce that's going to benefit these communities, which it usually does not. People are coming from outside the communities to work at these refineries, and the communities are still being at harm. So these disadvantaged or these rural or these historical farm working communities where these refineries are located are not getting the benefits that a lot of well-meaning people come from outside to tell people what they need.
Yeah, my name is Tom Nombuset. I live here in Richmond 45 years. So every time when we talk about the community health impact, people always bring a job. It's not a matter of one of them, to choose one of them. We have to deal with the issue both. You have to deal, we have to produce a good job, clean job, but also community health is also important. Because in the Laotian community, we have a lot of people die, and a lot of people who die, only doctor can tell us it's a cancer. I don't know what kind of cancer, all kind of cancer. But I do know that a lot of people in our community have asthma and different health issue that is concerned. And Chevron's been here over 100 years. So whatever Chevron can, whatever the air district can put a policy, you can put a system that Chevron should able to, Chevron or other refineries should able to work with the community to make sure that it's protect health impact, but also protect the worker there. And what I like about it's if this is implemented, and I think it's overdue. I know that I've been go to air district, testify, and speak on this probably, what, 10 years now. Craig probably know better than I do because I go there a lot. And it's still now we're still talking about which one and how we're going to do that. So I think it's the air district need to move. I'm not saying faster, but I think to move it, make sure we're in the progress. So when can you tell us in committee that you would have the implementation, when we can feel like we can be protected from the health impact? So that is really my question or also my discussion. We've been talking this for a long time. I know that I've been in the air district many times, talk about this rule. And now we still discuss it. So we need to move forward to find a solution, both health and job, clean job, good job for those people who work, especially people who work in the refinery. They need to have protection. If something happens, they're going to be the first online, and as the second in the community. So I wish we move forward.
Thank you so much. So the time is up for this. Are there folks who are undecided or maybe have another option that they're interested in? And if so, I ask you to turn your cameras on and for other folks to turn cameras off. So these are for undecided folks and folks who maybe have another option that has not been shared tonight and they'd like to talk. So we have a few folks here. So you have 5 minutes to dialogue.
All right. Hi, my name is Kevin Olson. I work for Chevron Refinery. I live here in Richmond. I guess I'm concerned with the regulation. I mean, it's based off of really overestimated emissions. We tried to talk to the air district about using a different test method, and they wouldn't listen. I guess don't understand how they came up with the 0.02 or 0.01 numbers. I think seems like there's pretty limited data that I've been able to find, and doesn't really support that a wet gas scrubber is more effective. Another concerns that I have is, we've kind of been working really hard. We have a really good control technologies at a refinery in general, probably one of the cleanest in the world, and we've been working really hard to reduce our pollution. And I don't think that this regulation really appreciates or helps that effort.
I'm concerned that the mission of the Air Board is to reduce and eliminate health problems caused by air pollution. And although I do understand that depending on what happens, there will be loss of capital, there may be loss of people on specific jobs right now. nevertheless, I think if we look at the number of people impacted versus the number impacted by pollution versus the number of people in jobs and the financial capacity of these oil refineries, I think we have to really put into mind that the airport should do what they think they need to do. They should create a high quality, relevant regulation program, and not just say, not just go with, we can live with some pollution at the present time. That's not their mission.
I guess I would just, I just jumped into this debate recently, and I read through part of the report. And one of the things that stood out to me was that with regard to the PM 2.5, they don't have a number for what a safe level is. So they said any amount is bad. So that's a concern of mine. I do recognize that pollution comes from natural and man-made sources. And I do think we need to make an effort to reduce the man-made sources as much as possible. I'm a little troubled by the fact that the Air Board report numbers seem to be questioned by both sides as not being accurate. So the people in favor of A say that B prices are too high, but people in favor of B say that the A prices are, or the B prices are over exaggerated. So to me, it seems like it's hard to make a decision without agreed upon facts.
So there's a lot of air monitoring in the Bay Area. So there's a air district monitor in San Pablo, and we have 2 community PM monitors near the refinery. And we have times when we have to shut down our FCC, and you can't really tell the difference between the 2. So, I mean,
I think, Kevin,
I wanted to jump in here with a couple of questions, and they are dialogue questions.
Greg, I was talking first, thanks.
Yeah, don't monopolize all the time among the refinery folks on questions.
I think, Kevin, you made a really good point, and that is when Chevron's FCCU was shut down, emitting no PM emissions, the monitors that are established by the Air District out near their refinery saw no difference in the air quality that they were collecting around the fence line. I think that's just very telling. I mean, if the FCCU is the single largest PM producing component in a refinery, we have data prior to the FCC being shut down, and then we have data while it's shut down, and we can't see a difference. I think that's very telling for what's really happening coming out of what a refinery FCCU puts out.
So I was going to ask, if I may.
Just so you know, I think we are going to be kicked out here, so try to make it quick.
Yeah, 2 questions, and these are dialogue questions. They're questions for the refinery and industry experts who've been talking. Do you know the answer to the previous question? How many refineries nationwide actually use wet scrubbing on their catalytic crackers? I hear it's most of them. Is that true? What is the number? And do you know of an air pollutant that has been more thoroughly researched and studied for its environmental health effects on humans than particulate matter? Because I don't.
My understanding is a lot of the wet gas scrubbers were installed as part of consent decrees, mainly to regulate SO2. Our FCC was able to meet those standards already. And so, we already have really good control technology.
All right. So what we're going to do is the first circle will have 5 minutes, and you will be allowed to dialogue with each other. So we're going to ask folks who support the control scenario A or would like to dialogue about control scenario A in a moment to keep your video on and unmute yourself. The questions, which we'll chat at you in a moment, we think, or we'll just speak them because we don't know if we can chat at you, are what is exciting about this option to you? What do you want the board of directors to know? And what questions do you still have? This is your time to dialogue. They just came up in the chat. It's your time to dialogue. So if you are supportive of control measure A, I'm going to ask you to leave your video camera on. If you are not, please turn your video camera off and mute yourself. You have 5 minutes. I will be here in the background. I'm going to turn my camera off. Please respect each other, give each other time to speak, and I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself. Director Joya, please turn your camera off and mute yourself. Thank you.
So is this intended to be free-form?
Yes, this is your time for the other folks who are unmuted and on camera to speak with each other, or if we only have one person, you can speak until you're done and wave at me, and then we can go on to the next circle.
Okay. So I'll say a couple words about myself. I'm Dave Bleckinger. Hi, I'm a Richmond resident. My wife and I have been here since 2008. We've got 2 kids, and we enjoy spending time outside. So we really, with the kids, and we really appreciate having the good air quality. And one of the reasons why I'd like to express support for option A is that I think it hits that fine line or fine balance between an economic impact and an improvement that we can all benefit from in the community. We can all appreciate better air quality, and it avoids the negative, some of the negative consequences of the more stringent one, which may very well cause fuels production to be uneconomic in the Bay Area. And I think we could really see some refineries shut down. And the issue I really see with that, apart from my own job, is that the fuel would still come in. It would just be produced in an area where the regulations aren't as strong, and you would have additional emissions because you would be transporting it in from a long distance. Imports into this area come in from India and China, and potentially Europe, and that causes a lot of pollution itself, or emissions. And I think it also avoids a lot of the downsides of the wet gas scrubber, like the high water usage and the increased CO2 emissions from running a wet gas scrubber. It has significantly lower capital investment. The board represented, they use their models. I think our input was significantly higher, about 3 times higher, the capital costs that they represented, what we see, because we've got very, very tight spacing. It's very difficult to put in a wet gas scrubber in the PBF Martinez refinery. So that's what I had to say.
I see Jennifer Wood has her microphone off. Did you want to speak, Jennifer?
Yeah, sure. I'm the USW process safety rep for PBF MRC, and I also work as an operator out in the plants. I'm supportive of this measure because I think it's a balance for the environment and business. Our business does a lot for the community. We care about the community. There is not a day that goes by that we're not committed to safety and the environment. And I worry about what will happen if we take another measure and during such a harsh economic time for everyone, where everyone's just trying to stay afloat, seeing that kind of industry go somewhere else could create more process incidents, worker injury, kind of a decrease in the standards for workers' rights and pollution that can eventually end up here anyway. So I just want people to kind of keep that in mind. We do care and we take responsibility and we want to do what's right and we're committed to it. Thanks.
Great. I'm going to move us along to the second circle since we had two folks in the first circle. So what I'm going to ask you to do is if you support the control measure option B, which is the wet gas scrubber, please now turn your camera on if you can and unmute yourself. And if you don't have a camera, you can unmute yourself with *9 and you'll just have to chime in. I'm sorry about that. It's kind of a big group and I have personally 2 Zoom screens. So be respectful that there's a large group. And again, the questions that you are dialoguing will be, what excites you about this option? What do you want the board of directors to know? And what questions do you have? You're going to go ahead and I'm going to turn my camera off now.
I need to apologize if I have to go let my dog in a minute. So just putting it out there. Are we supposed to be raising our hands in the reaction mode here?
I think we're just supposed to speak up and then be respectful of other people when they chime in. And so I'll just speak up and I'll say that human health it's sort of like a #1 priority in the world, or it ought to be. And the idea that you have this trade-off between reduced profits to Chevron versus increased health impacts. And I think they even boiled it down to this sort of like large amount of money that the community would bear so that the fossil fuel folks, Chevron, wouldn't have to spend so much money. That doesn't seem right to me. Chevron is the industry participant making the profit. The public is there just, living their lives. The public isn't included in gaining any of that profit. And probably if you ask the public, they would say, or at least I would say, I would much prefer to have clean air than whatever small amount of profit is associated with the extra air pollution. So that's my perspective.
Yeah, this is Tarnal Abbott. I've lived in Richmond for 30 some years, and I think it's really very simple. We want clean air, and too many people in our city suffer from asthma, heart disease, cancer, and so on. So we want a strong rule, and Chevron must be required to reduce its fine particulate matter. The charts document that this is an issue of environmental justice. And the other thing that is so weird about all of this is it makes it sound like having a more stringent, the cost of having a more stringent cleanup, not only, well, it seems like the burden of that cost is going to be borne by labor. In other words, job losses to make up for lost profits. So does Chevron have an excess workforce? Or really, I mean, why is that thrown in there? Why does it mean you have to reduce your workforce? How about you reduce the pay of your top paid executive employees instead? There's lots of different ways to look at this. So that's why I want health above all. That's the bottom line. We all need clean air to breathe.
I can speak up quickly if that's all right. Hi, everyone. I'm Amanda Milstein, and I'm a primary care pediatrician in Richmond. So hearing all of this conversation about health is extremely exciting to me and very meaningful because I take care of the babies and children and young adults who live and breathe the air in Richmond every day. And I, know full well the statistics that kids in asthma, your kids in Richmond suffer from asthma at twice the national average, but I also know what that looks like in my clinic and for those families. So these kids are our future. This is the world that we have created for them. And to think that we have a situation where we might not do what we can to make their lungs healthier because it's too expensive in the eyes of a company is heartbreaking to me. So I think this is about health and this is about kids. And I see it every day, and we've got to make things better for these kids. Thank you.
I just wanted to chime in briefly and appreciate what we heard also from Dave and from Jennifer. And I know that Jennifer said, we really value care and responsibility. And I think what's important to acknowledge here is that we all do. These are shared values, whether we are community residents or workers. And our commonality is that we are all human beings, we're all physical beings, we are all air breathers. My deepest hope is that, lifting up community safety means also ensuring worker safety, which is something I know we all care about a lot. And we know also that, we've been hearing over and over every time there is a request made by regulators to kind of step up the safety game, to step up emissions reductions. We hear the same threat that refineries will shut down and workers will be laid off and families endangered. And it's a kind of blackmail, which is especially upsetting because we know how great oil industry profits have been. And we know that PBF and especially Chevron can afford to absorb the additional cost. And I would just end on this note that it is the cost of doing business and doing business responsibly and safely with an emphasis on care for all the precious life that's here in this community. Again, whether community residents or workers, we all benefit from increased health standards and safety measures.
Yes.
Well said, Shoshana and Doctor. My name is Janet Callahan, and I live in Rodeo, and I am a retired medical assistant in pediatrics. First started in South San Francisco, then Pinole, and ended up in Lafayette. And I have seen babies and kids with problems also. I worry for the whole world because of our cumulative effect of all these refineries on us in Contra Costa County. Something desperately needs to be done on the cumulative effects. And I definitely think public health comes above dollars. And if they can't spend it, then they should be delayed and not operating until they invest the money to make the world a safer place. Thank you.
Add as well, I think you look at those charts that were put up and they're looking at statistics, but those statistics are people. When you talk about deaths, the number of deaths, and you might look at it and go, well, it looks like a low number per year, but they're people, and we've seen enough death this past 12 months where people are shown as statistics in charts, but really, these are families that are affected. So I just, this is really important that we look at the measurement not as just a measurement, but of the families and the people that are affected with their health and with, potentially dying because of the pollution in the air.
Hey everyone, my name is Zolbo, and I'm with Communities for a Better Environment. It just, for me, going with scenario A doesn't really make sense, because if Chevron or any of these other refineries are going to be required to update their technology so that they reduce their emissions and their pollution significantly, then why would they not go for the best available technology? They have the money. It's barely a drop in the bucket. And when we're talking, and just to respond to Dave and Jennifer's earlier comments about economic impacts during coronavirus, it's only corporations that are really making more and more money off of the working class, off of everyday people like us. And so if your employer is the one that's saying that, oh, well, you might lose worker protections, then that's not okay, I know like Chevron and other groups, like you guys have like unions that are supposed to protect you. But I also just wanted to take this time to say that sometimes the conversation is based a lot around environment versus the jobs, and when it really shouldn't be. Folks shouldn't have to sacrifice their health in order to have an income to bring food to the table. And we understand that. We want there to be a transition for workers that doesn't forget about them, that doesn't leave them behind, that doesn't sacrifice their health by working in, a facility that where you're breathing in the emissions too. So yes, it does use water, but I think some sacrifices need to be made, and just because it uses water doesn't mean the community of Richmond and other communities should continue to breathe really polluted air. The trade-off is clearly worth it. And if we want to talk about saving water, then go to the oil and gas industry, because they're using hundreds of thousands of gallons of fresh water to frack in the Central Valley in California, all over the world. And then they're using that chemically processed water to sell it to big agricultural companies so that they don't have to water our crops with fresh water. So it's really health over profits, people's health, people of color's health, mainly, African-American, Black folks, Latinx, brown folks. I'm really excited at the number of folks who turned out. So thank you.
I'm a physician as well. I work in the plume of the Chevron plant about a mile away. And I'm a neurologist, so I see the consequences of the cardiovascular risk. I see people with strokes who can't move half of their body or can't speak. I see people who get demented, and dementia is also associated with fossil fuel emissions, and they can't remember their loved ones. So these risks, as you've stated, Zolbu, are proportionately higher the closer to the plant, and the workers are getting the highest level. As well, this whole conversation was started because there is a legislative mandate to protect the frontline workers or community that are closest to the plant. And those are disproportionately people of color. So I see the health risk and the benefit of the highest stringent and the use of the wet scrubber technology as essential to protect the health of this community. And I don't see the argument of it being simply a job issue as the real question. It's really, how much do we value human health in the community? If Chevron passes on the cost, and maybe it's a penny on the gallon, that's not a very high cost to the community.
All right, I'm back as your somewhat timekeeping facilitator / guide. We still have about 8 minutes left. We've extended the session because we did take some time getting everybody sorted. We got here quickly, but some people wandered into their rooms very slowly, trying to manage this large of a group of people. So what I'm going to do is there will still be time for talk, for folks to dialogue and communicate. I want to give that third group of people some opportunity, and we'll see how many folks end up in this group. If you're undecided or you support an option that hasn't been presented tonight, I'm going to invite you to turn your camera on and unmute yourself. Everybody else, please turn your camera off and mute yourself. And if we have time after this, the undecided and people with other ideas group speaks, then we'll go back to sort of more of an open dialogue. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Stephanie Sear. I'm a professor of environmental management at University of San Francisco, and now teaching a class on risk management. And some of my students have joined in this workshop. So I'm in the category of other options. I would love to see the total PM 2.5 burden reduced and limited from the refineries. I know that goes on beyond the scope of just this rule, but I want us to keep in mind it's that cumulative burden and all the synergistic effects of all the other pollutants that cause the health impacts. I support the statements about this false dichotomy that labor would have to take a hit if there are control costs. That's a false dichotomy. And finally, I want to just go on record pointing out the limitations and flaws in risk cost benefit analysis. I mean, I want to thank the Air District. They're trying to do their job. Everybody's trying to do their job. They gave a good presentation. However, we know that the valuation of human life based on hospital records and differences in income often propagates inequities of women earning less money, of people of color earning less money. So risk cost benefit should never be the decision criteria, right, for these kind of decisions. So we need to also bring in our other values. And finally, as another measure, I'd love to see all the refineries submit plans to reduce not only their PM 2.5 emissions, but their greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030, which is another overarching goal, and begin their transition plans to phase out fossil fuels. I'll stop there. Thank you.
I'm Patrick Owens. Along the lines of the last speaker, Stephanie, I'd like to ask that the Air District consider some of the uncertainties that were not carried forward in the calculation of the ranges reported in the tables 11 and 12. As stated in their report, the true benefits could be much larger or much smaller than the ranges stated. So I think to make an adequate, a fair assessment of the benefits, it would be helpful to have the air district try to summarize the ranges. That's all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sean Lee. I'm the Health, Environment, and Safety Manager here at the Richmond Refinery. I would like to really use science and understand the real aspects of the impacts. And so one of the things that I want to point out is that our refinery, we had put in our modernization project, and that was started up at the end of 2018. The data that was presented uses 2018 data, but it doesn't represent the refinery, as we've reduced our PM emissions by 25% because of the project. And we think that the model doesn't include that. And we believe that it ought to show that, so we can show that there's a lesser of an impact. Also, we also noticed that we've been working with the Air District on the modeling as well, in the sense of air modeling and meteorological data, and have strong concerns around not using monitoring equipment that the Air District put on at the refinery to use that data into the model, because we believe that also influences what is actually happening at Richmond. So the other part I would also say is that we've been working with the district on the costs, and the cost that it's being shown is highly understated, and it does impact the refinery operations and how we can continue working. And as you know, there's been another refinery in the Bay Area that had to shut down, and we certainly play an important part for the community. We not only pay taxes, but we do a lot of community activities and community support. We do care about the community, and we do want a good relationship with the city of Richmond and all the people that live there. I myself, I was born in Richmond many years ago, and I do have some ties in there. Thank you.
I'm one of Stephanie's students, and I have a couple questions about the water usage. Are there any options for using, gray water, or instead of using fresh water, is it required? And then my other question is, when I was looking at, I think it was CARB's response, they were asking for a more detailed evaluation of the PM10 results in throughout California and the US to determine the correct levels. And also we're advocating for increasing ammonia slip monitoring and installing CEM systems. Does that impact at all the scenarios of using the wet scrubbers? Like, do you think they're missing any information that would be relevant to making this decision? Is there anyone from CARB here on this in our chat?
So this is Wendy, your facilitator. We have 1 minute left, and we are going to go to a group Q&A. So if anybody hasn't spoken who wants to speak, we will get to your question, Stephanie, in the group answers. I just want to make sure that if anybody hasn't spoken, that they get the last 50 seconds.
I just want to echo the comments that Sean made, that Chevron does its best to be an advocate for the community. I'm Andrew Storley, by the way. I work in maintenance at the Richmond Refinery. We do our best to be a good neighbor, and we invest heavily into the Richmond community, and as well into projects like the Richmond Modernization Project, which has already led to a 25% reduction in particulate matter since 2018. And so I believe that we've already achieved the goals of scenario A and likely scenario B as well and we'll continue to be good stewards with the community, and but we do want to make sure that that the BAQMD is using the latest PM data when justifying expensive regulation.
If you've already achieved what scenario A did, then it's obvious we should go with scenario B.
Thanks, everyone. Good to hear everybody's perspective. Thank you.
That I can't.
Okay, I'm recording.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Rosenblum.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the estimate of water use doesn't also seem to be very transparent. It's just a number thrown out. It depends on the humidity of the gas coming in and the humidity of the gas coming out. And then the idea of regenerative use, as was alluded to in the presentation, all the water loss is due to evaporation. And if you recycle the liquid that's used by the scrubber, you can remove the particles and then run the fluid back through the scrubber. So you don't have to lose that. I think the district has specifically chosen the option which uses the most water. And of course, there's more capital cost associated with that. But what is that cost? Why is it not mentioned? Because as Harminder pointed out, water is a scarce resource here, and that scares people. So why don't we reuse it rather than just putting it once through? So sorry, I'm sorry to talk so much, but I've really put a lot of time into studying the wet gas scrubber issue.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of make a point about, just someone who has lived in Richmond my whole life, and where I actually work like a little over a mile away from Chevron. And so, we deal with the constant pollution. I've probably called BACMID, the BACMID operator, more than 10 times this year, and we're only in the month of February. Because of the constant flaring that has been going on at the refinery. And so, I definitely piggyback of what Dan had said earlier, that, this refinery has been active for over 100 years. And for something like the wet scrubber to finally, be in consideration, like what has taken so long. And, the other point is, lots of counties and states across the nation and across the globe have been making climate resolutions and really upholding the impact of how climate is, we're at the breaking point. We're at the very peak where we need to make a transition as soon as possible. And I just want to really emphasize how important it is for BACMID to really make this decision as soon as possible and let it be in favor for people who are being directly impacted, which isn't just folks who live directly in Richmond or in Martinez. It's all of us across the Bay Area and the East Bay. Thank you.
And just to do a time check, we do want to make sure that we give the 5 minutes allowed for the third group, which is
Can I make a very brief comment, Anish, just to support what we just heard? Because I'm out here in San Joaquin County, and all the smoke that you guys permit in there blows out here most of the year, except in the winter when our agricultural fires blow in on you. And we should probably talk about that. But Isabella was right. We're at a point where we have to be more protective. And, I appreciate economic concerns. I think I can walk and chew gum, and I want to protect everybody's jobs. But I don't think that's really a dynamic here that we need to worry about. We're talking about paying more people to be more careful. I like the B option better than the A. I feel like you could evaluate the effectiveness of like any discharge or effluent from a wet practice. I'm worried about the electromagnetic thing and how somebody evaluates that. I hope both these strategies, whatever we end up with continuous emission monitors. I've got 53 remote sensors across the city of Richmond, and my friends have another 50, and then CARB has some, and the Air District has some. And why are we catching it when it gets to our kitchens? We need continuous emission monitors on the tip of everybody's smokestack. So, and that way you can actually evaluate which one of these strategies. You're kind of asking us to choose which of two things nobody understands we like the most. And we're using somebody's, economics analysis to determine which one we choose. So, it's almost like we're not listening to our kindergarten teacher about what was fair and what was right. So we're listening to our economics professor about some sort of wonky evaluation. It's time to be more protective. These companies aren't at risk. Our communities are already at risk, and we're already dying younger than everybody else. I don't think there's any risk of being more protective. And if there's a third option that's more protective, I'm for that too.
All right, thank you, Matt, for your comment. I just want to provide space for those of you who are undecided or support an option not presented by the district. Can you please unmute yourself and turn on your camera, and feel free to share any comments.
I want to comment on the water problem that people are bringing up. I know that they say we have to care for our water too, but is that not the water not helping the pollution be contained in one part instead of spreading it all over the Bay Area, which it still ends up landing in our waters, in our land, people's respiratory systems. Yes, I just want to bring that up. But I don't know if that's something that people consider.
I do just want to check to see if there is anybody who would identify with that third group. If not, we can devote the rest of the time to discussing the second scenario. And again, I'm looking for your video feed to be on if you support or if you're undecided or support an option that wasn't discussed. Okay, I think I'll just, we can go back to group number 2. And if anybody wants to continue sharing comments about the scenario, the second scenario, scenario B.
Can I ask what they do in Southern California? There's a lot of refineries down there.
Sure. So in Southern California, there is one refinery that has a wet gas scrubber on its fluidized catalytic cracking unit. And then the other refineries use electrostatic precipitators. Yeah, I mean, it does vary, regionally. There are other parts of the country that have wet gas scrubbers. But yeah, in SoCal, there is the one wet gas scrubbing unit. Just like up here, there is the Valero refinery that has a wet gas scrubber.
Again, we have 2 more minutes.
Could I share another comment? It's not about wet gas scrubbers, but about electrostatic precipitators. there's a risk of explosion during maintenance. There was a major explosion in Torrance during the maintenance because in an electrostatic precipitator, you're creating a spark or a discharge in order to precipitate the particles. And if there are explosive or flammable gases in the unit at the time that the discharge occurs, the whole unit can blow up. And that happened. And that could be $1 billion casualty plus lots of deaths and injuries. And so I think even though it's an unlikely event, I think the possibility of that happening needs to be factored in, and there's no discussion of that at all in any of these presentations. So I'd like to just toss that out.
Regarding the water situation, didn't they say something to the effect of an 18-hole golf course? I just wanted to clarify how much it was using compared to something like that.
Yeah, I believe that was a metric I had heard used. I mean, it's a little bit difficult to, quantify because you could have obviously differences in how much water, is used at a golf course. But yeah, I mean, it is something that, it's about 400,000 gallons per day per system based on the information we have. But again, I've taken the notes from that I've heard tonight about how that it would be worthwhile for district staff to spend more time looking into this, and I appreciate hearing that.
Oh, just to clarify, I'm for the B plan, and I'm really into the health issues. I was just asking that because it doesn't seem like it's that much compared to some of the other things going on. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, actually just add a quick question to that. I would love to hear from everyone else, but I just want to ask, how does that number compare to the actual water use of the refineries right now? Do you have those numbers to compare against?
Yeah, I don't have those numbers right now, but it's possible if you hold that question for the main Q&A that may be available. Otherwise, we can definitely look into it and get back to you.
Just want to let everybody know, we actually are going to go extend this out to about another 3 minutes to 7:20. So feel free to jump in and share comments on either of the scenarios at this point. And after this, we will go into a Q&A session with the larger group. So you will be able to share comments and ask questions there as well.
I have a question because I know there's been a lot of talk about water and resources that scenario B would use, but what resources would scenario A use?
Yeah, scenario A would likely use quite a bit less water. The electrostatic precipitators don't require the same amount of water that a wet gas scrubber does. There are different types of electrostatic precipitators. One does use, there's a
there's a type of electrostatic precipitator called a wet electrostatic precipitator, and that one does use water. It's as far as I'm aware, it's less than conventional wet gas scrubbing. But yeah, I mean, generally the ESP options are less water intensive than wet scrubbers.
Hi, good evening. I was wondering if you actually had the numbers to the percentage of the pollution in the Bay Area. What percentage comes from the refineries, and what percentage comes from everything else?
Hi, Jacob. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that you were unmuting. Do you have that information?
Yeah, so that was there's different versions that are stated in the workshop report. I'm trying to find it right now.
And while he's looking at that, I see that we're at 7:20, so at any moment we may be pulled back into the main room, Chris. So feel free to, if we're not able to get that information for you before we're pulled back, feel free to ask that question in the greater Q&A session, and we'll be able to hopefully provide that for you.
So from the workshop report on page 8, it talks about how emissions from refinery FCCUs total approximately 825 tons per year of PM10 and 800 tons per year of PM2.5, and that these emissions contribute to approximately 50% of all refinery PM10 emissions, represent approximately 17% of PM10 emissions from all inventoried stationary sources at facilities with air district permits, and 3% of all human-made PM10 emissions in the Bay Area.
And I see now that in a little over 30 seconds, we're going to be heading back to the main room. Are there any last final quick comments? If not, you can all just click leave the breakout room, and we'll all join you in the main room again.
I just dropped a really cool emissions inventory tool in there. Anybody can find that.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for your participation.
We are recording today's meeting. So I just really quickly wanted to go over the ground rules again for today's discussion. I know those were covered earlier, and I just want to make sure that everybody remembers one person speak at a time. There are a lot of people in this room, and this is the only chance you'll be able to provide comment. So let's just make sure that to keep this dialogue productive, one person at a time. Please be patient with each other and respect each other's opinions. I know there's a lot of opinions that will be represented in this room today. So there is enough room for everybody to speak. Please be specific and concise. And, there will probably be technological glitches, so be patient with us because technology is challenging. So I know you all got the instructions. I don't want to belabor them, but I just want to quickly repeat them before we before we head into the discussion today. And so we presented two scenarios, but we have 3 different discussions we're going to have today. And we're going to have dialogues with groups of people for scenario A, which is 20 grains per dry standard cubic foot, or DSCF, achievable through the electrostatic precipitator controls. Control scenario B, which was limiting to 10 grains per DSCF, achievable through the wet gas scrubber controls. And then the third option that we'll be discussing today, which is those of you who are not decided yet or prefer an alternative option. And so, as Kristen mentioned, we're going to be employing this facilitation technique called Socratic Circles, where we're going to allow people that support option A to speak first, then folks that prefer option B, and then finally group to speak to option 3, which is undecided. So for those of you that are engaged in the discussions, please turn on your camera and unmute yourselves to join those discussions. So I'm going to be turning off my camera once I finish these instructions, and then we'll go into the first Socratic group for option A. And just so you have them, I'll be pasting the questions in the chat box. But again, then I just want to fade into the background so you all can have as robust a discussion as possible. So before we get started, I just want to ask if anybody here has any questions about how this breakout session is going to go before we get started. Okay, perfect. So I cannot chat with everyone. I'm trying to put the questions in the chat bar, but I guess it's preventing me from doing that. So let me just repeat the questions real quick. They are: 1, what excites you about this option? 2, what would you like the board of directors to know about this option? And 3, what questions do you still have about this option? So for those of you that support scenario A, which is using the electrostatic precipitator controls, please turn on your camera. And for everybody who supports option B or is undecided, please turn off your cameras and mute yourselves. And for the folks for option A, please begin in a dialogue answering those 3 questions. So for those that support option A, please go ahead and start speaking as to why you support option A and what excites you about that option, what you want the board to know.
Repeat option A.
Again, option A is, control scenario A is 20 grains per dry standard cubic foot, achievable through electrostatic precipitator controls.
I don't support anything the refinery does. I live in a community that's destroyed by the refinery. Come live in my town and find out what it's like to be poisoned every day. As far as I'm concerned, you can decommission all of them.
So I think option A, my name is Ann Werterbruggen. I think option A does provide significant reduction in particulate matter. I think it as the demonstration showed, it's more feasible from a cost perspective. The economic burden isn't going to be as great. And also, I think it has less of an environmental impact than option B. So those are good things for option A.
Hi, my name's Meredith Lewis. I'm a senior process safety engineer at the PBF Refinery in Martinez. During this time, I've seen many changes, and I feel proud to have been a part of the transformation of the refinery process safety management aspects. As far as Reg 6, Rule 5, and the options under consideration, option A is the best option. The wet gas scrubber option is a cost prohibitive project that makes this business an uneconomic proposition. There are other technologies available to us, such as the ESP technology and other catalyst technologies that offer improved particulate reduction and would be economically achievable for us. We would have some significant increased water usage and greenhouse gas emissions, as well as additional hazardous waste. And the wet gas scrubber would create a large steam cloud that would loom over the local communities. In addition, if we were forced to shut down for economic reasons, the resulting job loss would be devastating to workers and the local economy and the community. And the fuels we produce would likely be replaced by imports, which are made in a less environmentally friendly way and with fewer worker protections. So globally, this would, increase the environmental and human impact of the fuel production process. And we would not see a net improvement to our lives.
Okay, so there's still 2 minutes and 30 seconds for this option. So I'm gonna just go ahead and give about 15 seconds in case anybody wants to say anything else in regards to scenario A, in support of scenario A. Okay, so then if you are in favor of control scenario B, which is a limit of 10 grains per DCS or DSCF, please turn on your camera now. And I'm going to turn off my camera and start the clock for 5 minutes. And please remember, the questions are: what excites you about this option? What do you want the board to know about this option? And what questions do you still have?
I would like to start with questions. Meredith Lewis mentioned a couple of other techniques, and I guess they're not being considered, or they haven't been mentioned, I don't think. And my question about the electrostatic process is, I heard that there was a fire created in Southern California and that Chevron in Richmond turned theirs off. I don't know. I don't have any more information about that. Is it still turned off? And of course, I'm concerned about all of the problems that Meredith mentioned. So I'd like to find out more about those problems.
So this is my first Bay Area meeting, air quality meeting I've been to. And so it's a pretty technical and I don't really have a full understanding. But it seems to me that when we're looking at emissions and refineries, that it just makes sense. It takes so damn long to get through this process that you would get the most stringent that you have on the table. And I think that's scenario B. And somebody who supported scenario A said environmental impact would be worse using for scenario B. And I don't understand that. But I think decommissioning the refineries as quickly as possible is where we ought to be headed. And along with creation of some sustainable jobs for people who would lose their jobs when that would happen. That isn't going to happen. So the stricter we can get, the faster we can do it is what I think we should do.
I'd like to say that the difference between A and B is fewer children with asthma, fewer people with heart problems, or fewer people dying earlier than they would otherwise. It's hard to put a price on that. Chevron paid $9 billion in shareholder dividends last year. The extra cost is really nothing to them. It is possible that the result will be that there will be people that will lose their jobs. Well, it's inevitable as we transition from a fossil fuel economy to an electrified economy that people are going to lose jobs in the fossil fuel industry. And that doesn't mean there will be no jobs for them. There may be just as good jobs producing renewable energy. And I do have a concern about all the water that the wet scrubber uses. All I can say is that this is a short-term solution. Obviously, we need to decommission the plants as soon as possible and turn to renewable energy.
Hey everybody, my name's Pavin Ravipati. I am a Point Richmond resident. My wife and I just moved here a couple of years ago, but I grew up in the East Bay. When I look at these options, I really think about kind of my future in Point Richmond and my family's future in Point Richmond. We want to have a baby, we want to raise it here in Point Richmond, all that good stuff. And I think one of the things that makes me a little uncomfortable about the refinery is just that fact that we're constantly facing emissions. I was an asthma sufferer for a long time, and I'd really like to see us as a society kind of move away from proactively putting out particulate that affects people's health on their day-to-day, basically affects their quality of life every day, right? And I think about this decision. I also kind of similarly to Alana, I look at ExxonMobil and I think, hey, that's a really big company. And I just checked and they have $6 billion of cash on hand. The CEO makes $19 million a year. And we're talking about the economic impact that they would have to incur to make these changes. And I think that, I think to myself, why is our community basically subsidizing or even considering subsidizing the activities of a corporate entity, right? And I also look at the job loss and the increase of gas prices in kind of a similar lens where I think to myself, wait, this is a big money-making operation. And us as a community, we have to make a decision. Do we want to have a more stringent or less stringent regulation? And if we have a less stringent like regulation, isn't that us in a way saying, hey, Chevron, continue doing your practices. You guys are getting phased out, but we're going to give you a little bit more rope to continue your business because we as a community don't mind the impact that you're making on our lives.
Thanks, Ben. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
yeah, no problem.
I turned it around. Thanks so much for your comments, but I want to make sure everybody has a chance to talk. So now for folks that are undecided or prefer an alternative solution, everybody else, please turn your cameras off. And for those that are undecided or have questions, turn your cameras on. And I'm going to start the timer for 5 minutes now.
Are we supposed to just talk?
Yes, sir. You can either talk a little bit about what your other
okay.
are or what.
All right. I wasn't sure if people were getting called on an order or not, but okay. All right. Let's go ahead and talk. And I think I didn't get my name down anyway. It's Steve Bloom, and I live in Oakland. And I have some kind of larger questions, a couple of which got alluded to by a couple of the prior speakers. But one specific one that didn't is I'm just looking at those options. I mean, you've got what appears on the face of it to be a worse option in terms of air quality that could be implemented much sooner, and then you've got a better option that can't be implemented for a further 3 years. And I'm really wondering about the technical work on that. Is it really, because that's a little bit too pat of an answer, from my limited experience on these things. And another one is that we're going to be on a glide path to getting rid of internal combustion vehicles in this state. And even if one agrees with the idea that, if we're going to drive, we should have our own refineries and produce our own gas, these refineries are headed to extinction and in the not too distant future. And I'm wondering how the district plans on handling that glide path, or if that was taken into consideration in terms of generating these two options or whatever. Okay, thank you.
I would like to make the point that over the years, the refineries were not meeting the standards, not state and not national standards. So they made profits on not meeting the standards to take care of the necessary protection for the people that live close to the refineries. So there are costs that in that sense accumulated, and we're looking at the costs for the future for the refineries. And I totally agree with that. We should be concerned about the jobs that might get lost, but the costs and benefits that we saw put against each other are not presenting the real costs that the refinery that they didn't put out in the past. So that is one point that I wanted to put out attention to. The other point is that if we look into a solution that has benefits earlier and would also add a time limit for the refineries on to exist and take the costs for the more expensive solution and put that already in a bond for the refineries to be used for cleanup, then we could reduce the health risks earlier, and we also can work forward into solutions that envision a life in the Bay Area without the refineries. I hope I could make that clear.
Thank you so much for that point. And we have 1 minute left, and there was a question. So I'm going to see if Liz might answer the question that I think it was Steve posed earlier. And I think the question was just trying to understand that there is one option that appears worse in terms of air quality, but could be implemented sooner, and another option that takes time, but will lead to better health outcomes, and wondering more about the trade-offs.
Right, I think a lot of the trade-offs we saw on the slides earlier that David, Joe, and Phil just showed, as far as some of these can be implemented earlier, but don't in the end up having the most emission reductions, and some of them taking longer and being more expensive and resulting in more emission reductions. And I think that's what the staff report talks about as far as a lot of the trade-offs, as far as cost versus the benefit. And that's what we plan to present to our board in the next few months for their consideration. And I think that's what we really wanted to have this dialogue with everyone with tonight about, to hear what folks think about those trade-offs. And then again, as we had talked about in this group, what would be some other potential options that we haven't explored or that folks are thinking about, or if there's more information that you need in order to determine what option do you feel is the best for you to advocate to the board for your community.
Thanks, Liz. So we have about 5 minutes. So everybody that is interested in continuing in the conversation, please turn on your cameras. And for those of you who didn't get a chance to speak or have additional questions, please feel free to unmute yourself and either offer comments or additional questions, and we'll be happy to field as many as we can before we join the larger group.
Hello, I don't have a camera available, but I was wondering if we could maybe prioritize folks who live in the refinery communities of around, in the fence line, if possible, given limited time.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tyler, did you have a comment or a question?
I mean, I have plenty, but I would like to practice what I just said and
Oh, and
leave room for
I
others.
knew where you geographically are located, and so I appreciate that. So I think we could respect that. Are there folks that live in the refinery, the impacted area that we saw on that map that would like to speak further, especially also those that haven't had a chance to speak yet?
I would like to speak. Me being in high school, and I hear my friends my friends have asthma, and their family deals with respiratory problems, and my family also does. And I feel like this wet grass scrubber could really help. And ESP has been known to be fire hazards, and I'm just really confused as to why like Chevron can't just pay for it. Like it's just they'll still have a lot of wealth, and I'm confused. And I wish I could, like, I don't know, understand more, because it's a lot of technicals, and I'm still a little more confused. But I just really want clean air for my family, because I really am scared for them, like truly. And I hope that the Shrine Rule will be really put in place.
Thank you so much, Halima, and really appreciate you as a high school student coming out and making your voice heard. And we're doing our best to try to take this hyper-technical information and put it in plain English, but we really appreciate your input and feedback today. I just got an indication that we have about 10 minutes left, so we still have plenty of time for open discussion. So again, for those of you who haven't had a chance to speak yet, please feel free to unmute yourselves and speak, and then we'll just go in order and hear as many comments as we can.
Hi, I'll just say quickly that the costs are there, and we either measure them in dollars or in the days and months and years that are lost because of worsening health of our community. So somebody's going to bear the burden, right? So either it's going to be the refineries or it's going to be the community. In addition to the people who suffer from illness, it's also the medical community. I practice medicine in Richmond, and we take care of all the residents there. And so as a part of the medical system, we are incurring some of the costs from the pollution and from the illnesses that are related to them. And there's plenty of studies that provide, or there's plenty of data that suggests that there's significant disease due to air pollution. And so, as people who believe in science, we have to look at the data, and we have to weigh, the benefit, right, what we're doing right now, right, a benefit and cost analysis. And we really have to start prioritizing the well-being of people and the health of people and the health of communities of color. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Other comments, questions?
I have a question. I already spoke, so if there's somebody else. My question is about the cost of the wet scrubber. Is there information about what the actual costs are compared to what Chevron says the costs are? Has there been research into other possibilities of, I see Elizabeth turned her camera on. Maybe she understands my question.
I'll do. I'll go ahead and start answering, and you let me know if you need more information. We don't. So we do have in our staff report, and what David Joe had gone over a little bit was the costs that we've seen from different types of facilities, from California to elsewhere within the nation, of different refineries that have installed the wet gas scrubber technologies. When each refinery takes on a big project like this, each refinery is designed very differently from each other. So the costs can vary pretty widely depending on a lot of different factors within the refinery, including how much room do they have? Do they need to totally uninstall a bunch of equipment and move it somewhere else in order to build out this piece of equipment, which is really big in size? And so we have estimates of what it potentially would cost Chevron, and what we think and what they potentially think it would cost. But at the end of the day, they're still estimates at this point, but they are based off of what we've seen with other refineries and the work that they need to do in order to install this technology.
Does that answer your question, Beryl?
Yes, I couldn't unmute. Yes, thank you. But what about the other technologies? Has that been discussed besides the two that were presented today? Besides the scrubber and the electrostatic?
So we have been looking at what other things could the refineries do more in modifications to their processes in order to reduce emissions. At this point, really the wet gas scrubbing technology is currently one of the technologies that is available in order to get down to that lowest standard level. It's that 0.01, the most stringent level. But we always leave the specifications like that, the performance standards and our regulations open, so that if there are other types of technologies that do become available, or the refinery engineers do find out a different way to get down to a lower emission level, they are allowed to do that with other types of technology. It's just at this point in time, in order to get down to the lowest standard that's being proposed, we are looking more at the wet gas scrubber technology in order to get there.
Thanks, Liz. And thanks for your question, Beryl. Are there other questions or comments from folks that haven't had a chance to speak yet?
I've got a quick question.
Absolutely, Brenda.
So the duration of the project is much longer for the wet gas scrubber. And I'm assuming that's because you have to build the wet gas scrubber, and then you have to build the water purification plant that goes with it. My question is two parts. Is it possible to speed up the timeline of the project by not building those plants in series, but building them in parallel? Because if you build the big one piece of equipment, you should be able to build the second big piece of equipment right next to it and shorten the timeline of the project. It seems like it's intentionally being built in series in order to draw out the timeline of the project. And then in addition, most refineries already have a water purification system on the refinery property. And so my question is the cost that's projected an additional water purification plant, or are they using on-site technology which could reduce the cost of the plant in order to reduce the cost of the project?
No, that's a really good question. And I would say that is a detail that I do not have with me. So that's definitely something I'll record and I can report out here to the group, and that we can discuss during the open Q&A session as well. But I will open it up. I know there are other folks that are in the breakout room that are from refineries. So if anyone has any other information on that, as far as, you know, the different ways to permit the project, I would definitely open to folks here to discuss that or give their opinions or expertise in that area.
Yeah, just to follow on, it's a little bit hard to figure out the total value or cost of the project, not knowing the other technologies that are available at the plant, because the plant has a huge number of both chemical and air and water purifications and distillation systems in order to work.
All right, so is there anybody on the call that might want to respond to that?
Yes, good evening, community of Richmond. My name is Francisco Lopez Linares. I'm a staff scientist from Chevron and technical team leader. Just basically following up for Beryl comment, one of the observations that we have is that the costs that provided for the area air quality are quite underestimated and aligned with the comment of the gentleman who was speaking before. This project required among a significant amount of work, engineer planning, permitting and construction. And that's something that has to be really tailored down. So we really request that a realistic estimation should be provided, and most likely the timing, because particularly permit is a major bottleneck. That's all what I want to really add.
Thank you, Francisco.
Thank
so
you.
We have about 2 minutes. Is there anybody that has any final questions or comments before we do the larger report? And as a reminder, we will do a group-wide Q&A and comment period at the end. But we do have 2 more minutes.
I did want to make one more comment. I kind of touched on it earlier, but we hear a lot about the water usage with a wet gas scrubber, and that is certainly true. But there are also other environmental impacts, which I referred to, Beryl, I think that you mentioned it. There's electricity, there's natural gas, there's caustic, there's waste increase, there's greenhouse gases. The greenhouse gases alone that would be produced by a wet gas scrubber would be greater than like 10,000 metric tons a year is what we estimate. I'm from the Martinez Refining Company. I also live in Martinez, so I'm a local resident in Phil's diagram there. So I'd like to see those other environmental concerns addressed as well when we start talking about the more stringent standard.
All right, thank you so much. And we have about 30 seconds left. Is there any other final comments or questions?
If I may, just following up on that, in the same vein, I would hope we would see more safety analysis of the electrostatic precipitator, given the recent explosion at the Tesoro refinery down in Southern California in 2015 due to one of those units. I also just think it's pretty rich for refiners to use greenhouse gases as a reason to, say that a technology is not feasible. But thank you so much.
All right, everybody, we're about to close out, and thank you so much. I think you're about to get a notification soon, so I'm trying to just pause. I'm getting a note that says we're leaving, so go ahead and click the leave breakout room, and we'll see you all on the other side. Thank you so much for all of your comments today.
And so a group that feels the same way will have 5 minutes to dialogue with each other. And think about, these prompts, what excites you about these options? What would you like the board of directors to know about this option? Any questions you still have about this option? And when we get close to the 5 minutes, I will let you all know. And then we will switch to those who support the control option B. And then we'll do that for 5 minutes, and then we'll do the undecided or people who have more questions. So with that, I'm going to ask only those who support control option A, which is the PM10 limit of 0.02 grains per dry standard cubic foot, achievable through electrostatic precipitator controls. Only those folks who support that to keep their video on and please unmute themselves. And everybody else, please turn off your video. And then I will start timing you all. You are free to dialogue amongst yourselves for 5 minutes. And so we'll start it now.
Looks like there aren't many of us.
I'm here. Yay.
So what, if I might just lead it off, I'm in favor of scenario A. It provides a limit that's achievable with reasonably not low cost, but modest cost to everyone really, because ultimately the costs are going to be shared with the public. But also in particular, the other scenario, scenario B, has very extreme demands in terms of the resources that are required to implement it. The estimates are that the water and electricity required is equivalent to the annual usage of about 2,000 households. And the natural gas is equivalent to 3,500 households. And greenhouse emissions would increase by 10,000 metric tons per year. So the cost, in not just in terms of dollars, but in terms of overall resources for the more stringent scenario is, it goes beyond dollars, and you really have to question whether the benefits are at all comparable to all those additional resources that are going to be devoted for that reduction.
Is it just us? How many people are in this breakout? Is it just the people we see, or?
Yes, there's,
I think
it
so.
looks like there's 24. Jennifer, this is Anna. I'm helping to facilitate. So the people who have their videos on and are speaking right now are people who support control option A, which is,
Got it.
Okay. So you all can feel free to dialogue about your opinion on this option.
I agree with the previous statements about the relative cost benefit. The emission controls are reasonable, and the outcome should be reasonably predictable and won't cause as many other problems, sort of collateral damage, if you will, from the use of water, additional electricity, and so on. In some cases with wet scrubbing, you can turn an air pollution problem into a water pollution problem, for example. So it's not a panacea, and this more modest approach will provide a reasonable balance of really pretty good benefit, it seems to me, for what it will cost in so many other ways, dollars and other costs, greenhouse gases as one of them.
Right. Yeah.
Just letting you know, we have about 30 seconds left. So if anybody else wants to speak, please do so.
You're muted, Jennifer.
And to clarify, speak now if you're in favor of option A, is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
I'd like to say that I would have liked to hear the figures that Mr. Nipa mentioned in the original presentation. If they were there, I missed them, because my vote would be toward the option that has the most ideal climate and health benefits overall. And if one option costs more, then maybe we could go with a less expensive option if that money were used, for instance, for something else that offset the cost in maybe a more efficient way. I mean, so my vote would be for B if that's the most overall environmental and hence public health option. So I would have liked to have that analysis be full, which it seems like it wasn't complete.
Thank you, Deb. With that, I'm going to actually transition us to those who support option control scenario B.
Which is where I would have been.
Yeah. If we can see the time, if we have time at the end, I can open it up to if there are any other people who want to say anything more about either option. So I'm going to invite those who support control scenario B, which is the PM10 limit of 0.01 grains per dry standard cubic foot, achievable through the wet gas scrubber. Sorry, folks. To please turn on your video and unmute yourselves. You all will get to dialogue amongst yourselves about what excites you about this option and what comments you have to provide to the board. Thank you. And everybody else who, if you are not supportive of that or moving that option forward, please turn off your video and mute yourself. Thank you.
Well, I'll jump in and I'll say that we also felt that the presentation lacked certain information, but I'm for scenario B for a number of reasons. First of all, is the greater health benefits for the entire region, but specifically for the neighborhoods that have been impacted disproportionately by the pollution for more than 100 years, especially knowing the history of redlining and making these predominantly communities of color. And the new dispersion map relative to PBF now explains why Pittsburgh and Antioch people have such bad health outcomes similar to those in Richmond. The job loss numbers are completely bogus and pulled out of the air. These jobs will be lost anyway out of the necessity for climate change and converting to electric automobiles. And so the question is, how are we going to manage that? The argument about the water usage for a wet scrubber is also really a red herring, because Concord wants to build more than 2,000 housing units out there at the old Concord Naval Weapons Station. And in the last year and a half, the city of Richmond has approved over 6,000 housing units. And so I don't think that's really what's driving this. It's really about putting people ahead of profits. I'll stop there.
I'll just add, I agree completely with Andres in terms of what he said about health impacts, but let's just look at the cost model in general. You take the costs they project for annualized costs for each of the refineries and assume, screw the job loss, assume they set all the money by raising gasoline prices and passing their entire cost onto the community. You're talking about 1 cent a gallon for Chevron and 1.6 cents a gallon for PBF if they pass along 100% of their costs to the public to pay for the health. Which I assume very few people would have problems paying that amount to save their neighbors from asthma and all the other health impacts. And even if you tripled those costs to put in extra equipment to handle more efficient usage and recovery of the water, et cetera, it would still be trivial compared to the health and environmental climate impacts.
I think it's important
to, say to the board that a majority of refineries in the United States already use the technology that Standard B would require. So we're like behind. This is not a radical thing. BenMap underestimates health impacts, health benefits, admittedly. So it's not the entire universe of health impacts. So it's kind of the best that they could, the most conservative estimate that they could do. So that number is low. I would say if 400,000 gallons a day seems onerous to you, imagine putting a huge machine that would require that just to clean it up right next to other humans' houses and businesses and lives. So I think just kind of changing the status quo thinking of what is the crazy thing. The crazy thing is that that is in that location affecting over 1 million people, as the Air District just showed. And I guess lastly, I would just say it's really important, for the board to know that the job loss numbers are a complete thought experiment done by a consultant. The staff will tell you that. Basically anything below 10%, the facility will just eat, which a lot of facilities wouldn't. Anything above 10%, the facilities will just pass on, which a lot of facilities may not. And they're passing that on literally just in a amount of money divided by salaries equals job loss. That's how sophisticated it is. These jobs are not going to be lost. I can tell you if we actually thought hundreds of jobs at these refineries would be lost, we would not be pushing this rule so strongly. Thank you.
One thing is also.
Just wanted to let you all know, sorry, that your group has about 1.5 minutes left.
I could add to that. There was no discussion of the fact that ESPs, electrostatic precipitators, have a tendency to explode, causing potentially loss of life and a huge plume of PM. So that did happen down in Torrance, and it could easily happen here. So the wet scrubbing technology eliminates that risk. And
yeah,
so
recently Chevron just asked their district for waivers on their existing electrostatic precipitators because of the fire risks.
Good point. So I think what the directors should know is that some of us have been working. I mean, I've been working for about 6 years to get this wet scrubbers to happen in Contra Costa County without, and it's been resisted by the staff all this time. And finally, it's coming forward. It's really important. It's good for the environment. It's good for people's health, and it's good for the climate. So that's why I'm supporting it.
Also, you should take your poll at the end of the presentation, not at the beginning.
Thank you for your comments. So we're going to transition to the third group. So if you are undecided or support an option that hasn't been presented by the district, I invite you to turn on your video and unmute yourself. And we will see who's in that group. So if you are undecided or support another option that has not been presented, please turn on your video and unmute yourself. So Richard, are you in this group or? So I don't think we have anybody.
Actually, I unmuted myself. My name's Carol.
Okay.
And I just have a question.
Is there anybody else? Oh, yep. Please go ahead.
Which of the two options will get us closer to decommissioning and closing the refinery altogether faster? There wasn't, I mean, that wasn't even discussed as one of the nuances of the variables. Just the amount of money. Okay.
That's a good question. And we will collect that unless there's someone in your group who wants to build off of that or respond to that. But I don't see anybody else. Okay.
I guess I have a quick question.
You do?
Maybe the air district person might be able to answer this. Was the information presented today, was it done by any independent entities? Just like what was the fact checking or the process that was taken in order to ensure that the numbers and that the information presented was at the utmost accurate? Just wondering about that.
Yeah, I can't answer that. Greg, yeah.
The process that we go through to develop these regulations includes posting of all of the detailed calculations and assumptions that air district staff make when doing these analyses. So earlier today, David Joe put a link on his presentation to the spot on our website where you can download all that information. And so we put all that out there for folks on stakeholders on all sides to review and comment on, but we don't seek out particular entities to double check that work. But we usually get a lot of comments from folks like Communities for a Better Environment and from the refineries on how we do the work and what assumptions were made and you know whether the right calculations were performed.
I have a question. I have a question for the board members or staff. If this whole process started in 2015, why is it taking so long? What has taken so long? And then it, you know, seeing the posted information papers where it says that scenario B would not be effective until 2026, because that's how long it would take. So we're talking about this entire process taking, like, I mean, a maximum, hopefully it's a maximum of 10 years, maybe a little less, a couple years less for option A. I mean, meanwhile, the pollution is going on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
That would be my question. Why 5 years? Why 10 years?
Yeah. So thank you, Julie. I'm gonna invite everybody to turn on their video and we can just open this up to the full group. So I'm gonna invite though, just, you know, going full circle back to our ground rules that one person speaks at a time, be patient with one another. And I'm also be specific and concise if you can. And I'm gonna ask that to open up the floor first to folks that haven't spoken yet, please. Let's make space for them who haven't had a chance. And I also wanna let folks know after we get pulled out of this breakout room, there will be more time for Q&A after the report out. There will be Q&A and more comment discussion. So I invite those who haven't spoken yet, please, you have the floor.
I'm just going to echo in support of option B. I really appreciate the thorough analysis that's been done and the comments by Jed and Richard and Andres. It's just time. We no longer have the choice to just continuously deprioritize health and the environment and the climate. And COVID, I think, has brought that into a harsh light. And just the time is up. We cannot continuously deprioritize the health of people of color. 1 million people, it's just unacceptable. So I'm strongly encouraging the board to consider option B.
I just have a general comment.
option B is predicated on the assumption that a wet gas scrubber is a more efficient control technology. Does anyone know if that's actually borne out by scientific data? And maybe Kevin, you can answer that question, or Greg.
The data showed it.
And that's why Valero has the lowest PM output, because they're the only one with a wet gas scrubber in the region right now.
And a majority of US refineries also have it. So in effect, we're really getting shortchanged and getting extra pollution more than we deserve.
Does anyone have any data to support that? My understanding, my understanding is that source testing on saturated streams like wet gas scrubbers is notoriously unreliable. And so you're asking businesses to spend, over $1 billion on a technology that you don't really know works. And those who have experience in the stack testing field can tell you the same thing.
Totally bogus.
Well,
well, if you look at the difference between
having tested stacks for 40 years, I can tell you that, and including a lot of wet scrubbers on a lot of different processes, I can tell you that wet scrubbers can be effective, but they can also actually kind of work against the problem in certain ways. It's got to be managed exactly right, and the costs can be very high to make things stay working properly. And then the test methods themselves to determine what the emissions are have a difficult time making measurements in a wet stream like that. The technology of test methods from EPA and other agencies has lagged decades behind the improvements in emission control technology. So,
maybe
we're using old tools to try to measure something that's very difficult to measure properly.
Maybe you missed the presentation, but the district's own presentation by
I have a question.
I forgot his name, showed there were clear greater benefits from the wet scrubber scenario as opposed to the ESP scenario. So
the problem with that, Andres, is it's predicated on bad data. That's the problem.
Just
As
want to
Kevin
let
just
you
pointed
know
out.
we have 3 minutes left, and someone had a question.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Crane. I live in Richmond. I have a question about, this is targeting 3% of our particulate matter in the Bay Area. Why aren't we going after the larger parts of the larger sources, like wood burning and fires? That is more, as a Richmond resident, I feel like that's more affecting me than a refinery is. Just 3% versus 12. And then I had a question around the air monitors don't show any difference in between Richmond and Berkeley and Oakland, and they don't have refineries in terms of their particulate matter. So what's the difference there? And also, when Chevron takes down the FCC, we don't see any difference with the particulate matter in our air monitors. What causes that?
Thank you for your question. I think we are recording and taking notes unless, unless Greg, do you have want to respond to anything?
Sure, I can.
On the spot?
Yeah, I can respond to a couple of those. With respect to why 3% of the emissions, AB 617 required the Air District to look at best available retrofit control technologies for facilities that are in the cap and trade program. And one of the things that turned up was that the fluid catalytic cracking units at the refineries were behind in the latest control technology. And so that's why we are proposing them a rule on these sources right now. So a lot of it's driven by the statutory requirements under AB 617. If you look at the sources that are under the Air District's regulatory authority, the single largest source of PM from industrial sources is from these fluid catalytic cracking units. With respect to your question about the difference or the apparent lack of difference between the ambient air quality measurements in San Pablo and Berkeley and Oakland, as you saw from Phil's presentation, the incremental impact of the refineries runs about 10% of, at most 10% of the ambient concentrations. So within the variability of the weather, it's difficult to kind of piece out individual sources from the monitoring methodologies that we use. It's a bit of apples and oranges too when you're trying to compare the model concentrations with the
And then
what about the air?
What about the air quality not changing when Chevron doesn't use the FCC for months at a time every year?
It's inaccurate to say that the air quality is not changing. If you look at the level of impact at the regulatory monitor when Chevron's FCCU was out of commission, that was a very small amount of the total PM that's measured there, and well within the uncertainty of measurement methodology, considering the weather and other impacts and other issues.
So it looks like we're closing up, but I think we have about 50 seconds left.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
One more question. If at some point there could be an explanation of why just in the past 3 weeks, there have been so many visible flares coming up from Chevron?
I'll just add that basically the best science at this point, multiple studies have indicated that increased chronic PM exposure, like shown on Phil's graph, is linked to approximately a 6 to 10% increase in COVID mortality rate. And of course, things like that could never have been imagined when this was designed, and that's not included in the health benefits, among many other things. So.
All right, welcome back. It looks like folks are joining. Looks like we're pretty close to all being here. So thanks for playing along. This was the first time we've facilitated something like this in a virtual space, and I hope it went well in your rooms. So we're going to do a quick report out of what you all talked about. So the folks in the room who are reporting out know who they are. I will call on you, and please just give, so we can get to the larger group conversation and discussion, please just give 1 or 2 highlights, and then as we move through the rooms, please just contribute new ideas and highlights that you heard. So we'll go ahead and start in room 1 with Victor Douglas. Victor, are you muted?
One of the things that we heard in our room and that both sides tend to seem to agree on is that the cost numbers are inaccurate. Some say they're too high and some say they're too low. And I think the consensus that they're inaccurate, we should focus a little more on the cost number and explain how we arrived at those cost numbers. And the other thing that I wanted to point out was that people wanted to, one of the sentiments was that we have to balance the cost and the impacts to the industry with improved health quality.
Thank you, Victor. So room 2, David Joe, can you share a couple new highlights from your group?
Sure, there was a lot of great discussion. I think some of it was covered by Victor as well. Had a lot of comments about the balance of environmental improvements in health and economic considerations. Some comments about putting health at the forefront, and then a lot of good questions about other other options, other ways to reduce some of the unintended and negative consequences associated with either option or other options.
Thank you, David. Okay, so moving on to room 3, can my colleague Jacob please unmute yourself and share some new highlights from room 3?
Yeah, so also good discussion. We touched on a number of the topics that Victor and David mentioned. We had a considerable amount of discussion around the wet gas scrubber water use, specifically that the costs are perceived to be, not transparent or credible. There's a lot of variation, and we need to also look to better quantify the WGS water use. We heard that we should also be taking into account, the cumulative impacts of the PM emissions from the refineries over time. Some good questions about the implementation date for the wet scrubber, and then also some concern about the risks of explosions from electrostatic precipitators.
Great, sounds like a good discussion. Okay, so moving on to Zoom room number 4, Elizabeth, can you share a couple highlights?
Yes, thank you. Again, great discussions. We heard concerns about job impacts of the different proposals that we have out there. And also a concern about if there are refineries that close, a lot of the refinery products like fuels will be made elsewhere in less controlled environments. Lots of concerns also about safety of ESP and timelines on the wet gas scrubbing option and other environmental impacts from wet gas scrubbers, not just water. And also concern about the costs and the benefits of the different proposals not being able to really capture the true impacts that the communities bear.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to Phil. Phil, can you share a little bit from your group?
Yes, thank you, Kristen. And yes, also great discussions in our group. The issue of water use was discussed from the wet gas scrubbers, both the total water use, water pollution, as well as greenhouse gases related to the use of the wet gas scrubber, whether there would be additional GHGs released with that option. We had a number of people in the health professions in our group that were very concerned about kids' health, the health of the elderly, and that made the point that there was no cure for asthma and that people in the community are being hard hit by that. And so one final point that I'll relay is that there was concern about the PM having a lot of toxic metals, and that the wet gas scrubber would get more reduction in the total amount of PM being released.
Thanks, Phil. And then last but not least, Greg, Ned, do you have some highlights that haven't been shared yet from your group?
Sure, I'll kick a couple of highlights. One of the people in my group expressed the desire to have heard more about the water, electricity, and climate impacts of wet gas scrubbers. And then we also heard some concerns about the job loss projections. And one of the commenters noted that if all of these costs were passed on to the consumer, it would amount to less than 2 cents a gallon. And then we heard some concerns about the results of the modeling and how that compared with ambient air quality monitoring, and also some concerns about the feasibility and the efficacy of testing for particulate matter from wet gas scrubbers, and whether those difficulties called into question the Air District's assumptions about their usefulness in this scenario.
Okay, thank you, everyone. It sounds like there were a lot of great discussions, and hopefully that will carry through for the rest of the evening. I am going to now hand it back over to Anish.
remember to unmute myself. Thank you, Kristen. Yeah, we had some really great discussion and a lot of great points were shared. We have and now we'll move on to the quick Q&A session. We have a number of Air District staff available here tonight to answer your questions. Please remember to keep yourself muted if you are not speaking. If you wish to provide comment or ask a question, please raise your hand and I'll call on you to unmute yourself. And please respect one speaker at a time, please, and be respectful of others' opinions. We're going to, and so I will take a look at the chat area now. And do we have any questions or any raised hands?
Yeah, Anish, I'll go ahead and there's a lot of folks and I'll just go here from the top and give you 3 names at a time so that folks can prepare themselves and get ready to unmute. So at the top of the list, we have Greg Harris and then we have Brian Nippa. And I'll apologize in advance if I say anyone's names incorrectly. So Greg Harris and then Brian Nippa and then Todd Osterberg. And please be sure to lower your hand after you're done because there are a lot of hands. It'll be hard for me to keep track. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Greg Karras, Community Energy Resource. On July 31, 2020, I provided supplemental comment and with supporting evidence on this rule. I'm formally requesting that evidence be included in the record of this rulemaking. In summary, this evidence was developed by another state agency and used by it to support its separate regulations. It shows the following. By eliminating a catastrophic explosion hazard that the weaker particulate limit option could allow to manifest, the more protective air emission limit could save our economy money and save refinery workers' jobs. That's on net. Since then, Chevron itself has acknowledged this specific hazard in separate permit submissions to your agency. You have 3 options. Reject both limits, adopt the weak limit option, or adopt the more protective emission control option. The more protective emission limit is the healthiest, safest, most job-saving, and cheapest economic option. I want to know that you will include this evidence in the record. It's been submitted to you by me and I think by others. And I want to know that you will start talking about it in your cost and jobs estimates because they're backwards now when you exclude it. Thank you for considering this comment.
For one comment I'd make is that my role in the Martinez Refining Company is for developing projects and estimating costs. And the costs that I saw presented for the wet gas scrubber were far underestimated for anything that we could possibly do. So I think you've seen a overly optimistic low cost estimate in your analysis. That's one point. Another point I'd like to make is the bulk of the wet gas scrubbers were not installed for PM control ever. They were installed for sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide emission controls by refiners who did not clean up the feeds to their catalytic crackers. So they chose a route where they absorbed those emissions rather than cleaning up the feeds. Generally speaking, our refinery and those in the West Coast typically have chosen to clean up the feeds. So the idea that the rest of the country is ahead of us in terms of controls is really not accurate.
I have a comment, if that's okay.
Yeah, so we called 3 names in order. Todd Osterberg, you were the 3rd name called. So if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself. So we'll get to you. Thanks, thank you. It's a lot of hands raised, so we're working our way down the list.
Thank you, Kristen. So good evening. My name is Todd Osterberg. I'm an environmental specialist for the Chevron Richmond Refinery. I've called the Bay Area home for over 40 years, and my family has lived in a community located near a refinery for the past 9 years. Chevron was able to recently review the PM modeling that was conducted as part of the rulemaking. We have serious concerns. We identified 4 major items that make us question how representative the modeling is of our PM emissions. The first item is that district staff modeled our emissions pre-modernization project using data from 2016 to 2018. As part of this project, the refinery reduced its PM emissions by 25% since 2018. In addition, the model includes a large amount of emissions from the refinery's old hydrogen plant, a plant that is no longer in operation. In 2018, the 2018 PM emissions included in the model are also higher than the emissions that reported for our 1215 emissions inventory. It's unclear how staff adjusted our numbers and why they're higher than what we would expect them to be. The third item is that the location and physical configuration of several refinery emission sources are incorrectly identified in the inputs to the model. We previously shared with staff the correct data, and we are unsure why staff adjusted or changed them. And the fourth and last item is the meteorological data, that's the wind temperature, wind direction, etc., used in the model is from an external data bank from the Oakland airport and does not incorporate data from the Air District's own SODAR meteorological instrument that is located on refinery property. The PM modeling report itself concludes that the wind direction data alone is off by as much as 38 degrees, which is a significant margin of error that will greatly affect where the PM emissions are blown and end up. Chevron therefore is seriously questioning the conclusions being made by the PM modeling results. And not only has the refinery already likely achieved aggressive PM reduction goals and associated health benefits of the regulation, but the uncertainty and margin of error in the PM modeling is too large to drive the need for such a water resource intensive and costly regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. We did have one emailed comment, so I'm going to go ahead and read that one. So so that we can get back to the raised hands, but this person wasn't able to make it, and I want to make sure that their voice is heard. This person requested that we not share their name. This person says, I cannot attend tonight's workshop to express my views. However, I, in all caps, fully support the installation of a wet gas scrubber in the Martinez and Richmond refineries. The refinery leadership has been rallying everyone to protest this rule and to attend meetings as a voice advocating for not installing the scrubber. The BAAQMD should stick to the rule and not bow to industry pressure. Even if jobs are lost, it is crucial to protect the health of the citizens in the Bay Area. Please do not read my name with these comments. And then I think we can go back to raised hands, and I think the next 3, so I'll call 3 and then I'll we'll remind folks. So it's going to be Bob Brown and then Andre Soto and then Dan Sakaguchi, and then we'll remind you as you're coming up again.
Great, thanks, Kristen. Bob Brown with the Western States Petroleum Association, and just a couple comments and then a question. Typically, I'm focusing on the cost effectiveness. Cost effectiveness estimates for PM range usually between 5,000 a ton to 50,000 a ton. And the cost effectiveness for the mitigation that staff presented tonight are astronomically higher than that. Would likely be make for the costliest rule in Air District history. We're talking about option B. And as an example, the staff shows $165,000 a ton for a wet gas scrubber at PBF Martinez. This is simply out of the realm of economic reality and should be, again, compared to the 5,000 a ton to 50,000 a ton. I think it's important in the staff report that it really gets into cost effectiveness and cost overall. Staff provided those costs on tables 9 and 10 and hired applied development economics to conduct the analysis. And I was just curious if that report would be accessible to the public. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Brian. Next is Andres Soto. If you could unmute yourself.
I think I'm unmuted. Correct? Okay, good. Yeah, I want to look at this in a slightly different scenario. You know, this is really a racial justice and a moral issue. We have to understand that, you know, the complex economic forces that we live in have channeled people of color and working class people into the neighborhoods that are closest to these facilities and are suffering and have suffered for generations the greatest impacts. I grew up in San Pablo, right downwind from the Chevron refinery back when it was Standard Oil of California. I had a brother die of brain cancer a month before his 3rd birthday. Another brother got cancer on his tongue. Another sister who got melanoma from getting treated for psoriasis, which is also autoimmune. So, you know, these are real experiences by real people. The refinery, certainly Chevron in Richmond, has only historically hired about 5% of its workforce from local Richmond people. So the people who work there and are profiting both from their jobs as well as the corporation don't even live in our communities and have to suffer these experiences. So the Air District is really going to have to exercise its responsibility, particularly in this time of a reckoning of the racial injustice that's structurally built into our society. And I believe that is what the board has to do. And I think that the arguments that are being thrown out here about technical this and technical that, you know, the state law AB 617 says BART, best available retrofit control technology. And yeah, you have to make some sort of cost benefit analysis, but this district has historically not taken in the health cost benefit to the people impacted, which drastically skewers the picture in a whole different way. And so these guys can pay for it. They're making millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. They are also making millions of dollars of political contributions, especially to extreme right-wing candidates who support their business model. And this is the kind of thing that we should no longer tolerate in the Bay Area. Thank you.
Thank you, Andres, for your comment. And I want to thank everybody for respecting the virtual participation principles. We'll move on now to Dan Sakaguchi. Please unmute yourself.
I'm going to pass my time to others. I see there's a lot of people on the list here, so you can move on.
Oh, sorry about that. I was going to chat that to Anish and then I realized I'm behind. So the next 3 we have up are Cynthia Mahoney, Steve Nadal, and Isabella Zizi. So Cynthia, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes. Hi, good evening. I'm Dr. Cynthia Mahoney. As a local physician, I care deeply about the health of our community. I see the health harms of pollution now. These are real people suffering the effects of chronic illness, from asthma to cancer, heart attacks, and strokes, often without knowing that living in the plume of the refinery is harming their health. But we know it, and we know that it's preventable. And it hurts me personally to know that we can prevent this harm, but haven't done so. Every year, we learn of more harms from PM 2.5, reproductive health, dementia, neurodevelopmental problems. In 2019, just 2 years ago, we learned that PM 2.5 is twice as dangerous as was thought before that. And according to the National Academy of Science, the scientific evidence is unequivocal. Now we have a pandemic raging that's magnifying the harms, so that even tiny amounts of increased PM 2.5, 1 microgram, increases the COVID mortality by 8%. What do we see in Richmond? Well, increased cases, increased mortality, and the thing that's really striking to me is who is dying. Most deaths in the county are in the very elderly, people in long-term care facilities, and in Richmond, it's almost all community dwelling people. So this is not the elderly, this is not the typical people. This is harming young people, harming everyone. And although we can't prove that increased pollution causes any individual death, it's clear that the same people burdened by the pollution are now ravaged by COVID. And we can mitigate that with the strictest prevention measurements. Physicians are taught to do no harm and that this harm is preventable. And that's why the health professionals of Climate Health Now are advocating that BACMed require the strictest possible rule to protect our patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia, for your comment. Steve Nadeau.
Yes, the experience of the last year has made everyone aware that air pollution, specifically PM 2.5, is the primary health impact, and that we're seeing all the health impacts that have been described, enhanced death rates from COVID to increased asthma, all correlate with PM 2.5 exposure. And the Air District has shown that the highest source of PM 2.5 under their jurisdiction within the Bay Area are the FCCUs. So there's no justification for anything short of best available retrofit control technology to implement the health benefits and maximize those health benefits. In opposition, we're seeing two threads, which, as many people have mentioned in looking at climate and health, are very much borrowed from the way the tobacco industry used to obscure their health impact for decades, obscuring the costs and the health benefits and the measurements. In this case, the cost issue, as I said, and thank you, Greg, for reporting back, the total cost as estimated, if passed along to the consumer, would be 1 to 2 cents a gallon. So let's assume that the Air District costs are off by a factor, an order of magnitude, by a factor of 10. And those costs would now go to 10 to 20 cents a gallon, which compares to the variation in gasoline costs over the last 20 years of $2.50 to $4.50 a gallon. So in the worst case scenario of a gross underestimation of costs, it would be insignificant compared to random market variations. And therefore, there is no reason for us not to adopt the strictest BARC avenues to maximize the health impact. There is no cost. And I'm finally on the issue of job impacts. I really have to ask the staff if they assume that you can have the level of job losses they're talking without the refineries being forced to cut production, that they could actually maintain their existing operations with those kind of job losses. And they're really not going to shut down production. They're going to pass along these costs, which are minimal, as I said, to the consumer.
Thank you, Stephen, for your comment. Next up is going to be Isabella, but I'll read the next three names to prepare after her. It'll be Susanna McIntosh, Chris Kinnear, and Andrew Schreiber.
So much. Again, I'm Isabella Zizi. I come from the Northern Cheyenne, Arikara, and the Skokie Creek tribes. I'm calling from Ohlone territory here in Richmond. And I just wanted to also voice my concerns about the constant pollution and effects that Chevron has caused on myself as an individual, on my family, on my community. And one thing that is like honestly, it's just very frustrating to me just thinking back about the wildfires that we were dealing with last year and how Chevron was still constantly polluting and heavily polluting at that, with tremendous smoke coming out of their smokestacks, and what most of the people say that it's water vapor or it's just steam coming out their smokestacks, but it's really the particulate matter that's coming out and polluting our community. And I really think that the Bay Area Air Quality Management District should really listen to the voice of the people and really push for a strong rule that will, contain at a higher level of, of the particulate matter that will be released from the refinery, and really put the voices and the health of the people, above the profit, above the production of their own site, of their own refineries. And yeah, that's all I'd have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabella, for your comment. Next up, Susanna McIntosh.
Hi there. I echo what many have said, and I just want to add, speaking as a mother and as a teacher, that as Ms. Easy was saying, I think that the new reality of wildfire season every year should really be taken into consideration by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, that we have some probably fairly unavoidable air pollution that's happening every year. And given that we can't affect that directly at this point, there are going to be wildfires, and we're going to expect to have to deal with that. And that's going to have a major toll on our health and on our children's health. That the least that we can do is enforce the strictest possible standards on the corporations that are putting out air pollution in our community. And that just seems like a no-brainer. Why wouldn't we do that given the situation that we're in, given the health impacts? It just seems like the obvious choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna, for your comment. I do want to just let everybody know that the workshop was originally scheduled to close at 8 o'clock, but we are going to extend the Q&A session to try and accept more comments and questions from the group. But I do want to respect people's time and take a short break from the Q&A session to turn it over to David Joe to talk about next steps.
Hey, thanks, Anish. Hi, everyone. Yeah, just wanted to take a quick break. I know if some people are were planning to leave at 8. We'll stick around for to try to take as many comments and questions as possible. But I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of the further engagement opportunities that they could have. So the materials, again, are available at our website, and we will be accepting comments after this workshop. And those comments will be posted to our website, and we are available to discuss or answer further questions. Have my contact information here along with Phil's, and all this information is also available on the website. So as Veronica mentioned, this is one step in a longer process. So I just wanted to remind everybody that we're still taking comments on these drafts, and that there will be more public comment opportunities as we move towards getting further engagement opportunities, or moving to the proposed amendments and a public hearing by the board of directors. Anish, did you want to go to the next slide real quick? There is a workshop evaluation survey that we would like you to fill out to help us improve our processes, and note what you thought worked or didn't work in this particular workshop. We can take that into consideration. I'll pass it back to you now, Anish, and we can return to the comment period.
Thank you, David. Yeah, and we will pick back up with Chris Kinnear. Can you please unmute yourself?
Good evening. I'm Chris Keener, and I'm an instrument tech at the Martinez Refining Company and a member of the IBEW. In 2009, due to poor personal decisions, I was homeless in the streets of Sacramento. With the help from a friend, the woman who's now my wife, I was able to make a choice to do something different. It was an uphill battle to regain control of my life, moving from job to job with no clarity on where I was heading, nor any security for my long-term future. When I got married and I moved in with my wife, I was afforded an opportunity to go back to college and pursue a career in instrumentation. After my first year in school, I actually earned a summer internship at the PBF Martinez Refinery. And after that summer working here with all the great folks, I knew I wanted to spend the rest of my career here. After completion of my school, my dream came true and I was hired on to be a permanent part of the Martinez Refinery family. My immediate and long-term security was no longer in question. This brings me to Rule 6.5. With the enormous cost of a wet gas scrubber, I now again fear for my long-term security. I don't know the full implications, but your report said 128 full-time jobs here at the refinery could be eliminated to raise the capital needed to build that scrubber, and that's based on a low cost estimate. The actual cost of the scrubber is much higher than what has been presented. Having been here a mere 18 months, I fear my job would be one of the 128 jobs to be eliminated. I'm here today to beg of you, please be flexible to other ways and methods of realizing the emissions reductions that we all want. Help save the jobs of my family here at the Martinez Refining Company and long-term security for my family at home. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Chris, for your comment. If Andrew Schieber would please unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrew, and I'm a former 11-year employee of the now closed Marathon Refinery in Martinez. I currently live 1 mile away from the Valero Refinery in Benicia. And what I'd like to actually talk about is something I've been hearing an awful lot about, but not seen at all, and that is something that's called just transition. There seems to be a lot of people saying that if more refineries in the area close due to excessive and cost prohibitive upgrades to further reduce emissions of local refineries that already have the strictest air quality standards in the entire world, all of these workers can just go work in the green energy field or some other line of work. I can tell you from experience that this is much easier said than done. We were all laid off in October and most of us are still unemployed. The very few people that have found work and most of those that have gone back to work have had to move out of the area and or take positions that pay far less. I think one of the things that most people don't understand is the fact that green energy jobs not only pay far less than jobs in the oil and gas industry, but they're also entirely different skill sets. Perhaps they also don't realize that an average refinery not only employs about 700 or more company employees, but also an additional 1,500 or more so contractors. That's well over 2,000 people that can suddenly find themselves unemployed. The loss of all these jobs, as well as the loss of a large local business, has a tremendous effect on the local economy. Not only with the loss of income being spent by the employees, but also the financial contribution that the refinery itself makes in the way of taxes, fees, donations, and community charity work. Taking down a refinery here and moving the product demands to other refineries with much lower or even non-existent air quality standards just defeats the whole purpose and actually creates more overall pollution. And despite what some people may think, pollution does not stop at the border. It's like being in a non-smoking section of a restaurant that has a smoking section. That pollution travels globally. And one more thing I would like to add is one of the main reasons the Marathon Refinery shut down is the very excessive costs of trying to keep up with future pollution controls. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for your comment. Next up, the next three will be Christopher Coward, Marisol Cantu, and Ernesto Arevalo. Christopher, if you would unmute yourself.
Yeah, hello, my name is Chris Coward. I'm an electrician at the PBF Refinery in Martinez and a member of the IBW. Our refinery has been a part of this community for over 100 years. For over 100 years, I've been a major employer, producer, and partner of the city of Martinez and to Contra Costa County. This refinery employs around 600 in-house workers of all types, as well as around 300 contractors during normal times. Our environment, our air and water are of utmost importance to us. After all, this is our home too. We strive to lower our emissions and we comply with all regulations. So I urge you to help us find an alternative to installing a wet gas scrubber. There's literally no room for it, and the added emissions reductions would be relatively marginal compared to other options. Further, scrubbers consume scarce water resources that other options would not. In fact, our refinery alone would need water supplies equivalent to that of 2,000 new homes. And scrubbers have their own environmental impacts other options would not have, such as increased hazardous waste and greenhouse gases. Installing a scrubber is infeasible even in the best of times. But with a sagging economy, months of lockdowns, travel restrictions, and the resultant lack of demand for many of our products, this is something that we simply cannot afford to do. And I fear for the future of everyone, employees and members of this community who depend on our refinery, if this is the path we're forced to take. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, Marisol, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to have everyone imagine, and I would like to have the board imagine, BACMed, imagine a 7-year-old girl excited to welcome her baby brother in from the hospital. Now imagine that young girl meeting her brother while he was getting a breathing treatment due to asthma that he was born with. Now imagine that little girl standing in line with her mother at a bank, waiting to cash a check. That check was sent from Chevron to pay us back. Now fast forward and imagine that girl and her little brother are adults. He still has asthma and now has a child on the way. And that child will be born, raised in Richmond. Now you don't have to imagine. I am her and he is my little brother, and we are welcoming a baby boy. Now what I'm asking BACMed to do is to answer a couple of questions. How much longer will the next generation of Black and Brown communities in Richmond suffer the same repercussions that my brother and thousands of Black and Brown and Asian communities have suffered? We're not talking 128 jobs. We're talking the lives of families. Will BACMed adopt the strongest rule? That is the question that the communities of Richmond and San Pablo and the families, Black and Brown and Asian alike, are asking. Because we are here and we are watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Marisol. Ernesto, would you like to unmute yourself?
Yes, good evening. One thing that I don't want lost in this conversation is that there have been various flaring events from Chevron from winter and summer, and in summer during heat wave, which makes folks that already have asthma more vulnerable. Early last year, when there was a flaring incident, I work in Richmond, and that incident brought on my asthma and triggered it in a way that hadn't been in such a long time. And I was really scared. I had to take time off of work, and it was something where the stress of not being able to breathe really gets to you. And I don't want that lost on us, that as we're talking about pollution, particulate matter, we're also seeing these these events of flaring that are happening. And they're happening as we're dealing with a pandemic, extreme heat, and continued exposure to particulate matter from wildfires, which are increasing from year to year. It is an assault on health that is happening from year to year, and it takes a real cost on the body. I am 29, And I still suffer with lung and asthma issues, and I don't know how much longer. And I live in another environmental justice community in East Oakland, already exposed to other things. So when it comes to taking actions for health, it is real. We're talking about people's lives, generations, and how long they'll be able to develop healthfully and live lives. That's important to consider. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ernesto. Next up, we have Steve Bloom, Brandon Matson, and Halima Houston. Steve, can you unmute yourself?
There we go. Okay. All right. Yeah, I wanted to ask about something, and that is, the state has a zero emissions goal. And my question is, how has the district incorporated that into what they do? Eventually, these refineries will all have to be shut down, every one of them. And how's the district going to handle that? And what is the plan? And how does that requirement affect this present process? One other thing I wanted to mention, and that is, the science on PM 2.5 is proceeding pretty rapidly. I don't know if people saw this, but just the other day, there was a new paper out saying, hey, it causes a hearing loss. Well, isn't that special? And so the science is really a moving target on this, and I would like to know exactly how the district is taking that into account in this process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Steve. Brandon, can you unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening. My name is Jessica Schreiber. I'm actually using a colleague's computer. My name is Jessica Schreiber. I'm the environmental focal point for the light oils processing area where our FCCU unit is located, which is the subject of this rule. I have been working at the Martinez Refinery for 13 years. I want to talk about social and economic justice and the critical role my industry plays in providing economic opportunities for all. I am Hispanic and I grew up very poor. My family lived in government housing, used food stamps, and cut fruit in the summer. I ended up dropping out of college when I could no longer afford to pay for both school and living expenses. Because of opportunities in the oil and gas industries at employers like PBF, I and many more like me are gainfully employed. These jobs provide a means to put food on the table, the ability to buy a house, live in a good neighborhood, and raise a family. We are provided good medical benefits of 401k and fair treatment as employees. Our family lives in Benicia. I feel very comfortable living near 2 refineries. We have never experienced any negative health impacts as a result of living close to or working at a refinery. Today, I'm asking you to find a better solution on Rule 6.5, one that works for everyone and keeps in mind the potential negative impacts the current proposal could have on social and economic justice for many refinery workers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And before we move on to Halima, I just want to let people know that we're about 8 minutes past 8. Air District staff is going to stay on to take as many comments as we can until about 8:30. So we still have around 19 hands raised at this point. So if people, as their turn is to speak, please be mindful of other people's time so that we can get to as many people as possible. Thank you. Halima, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, so my name's Halima and I'm in high school and I've lived in the Bay Area for all my life. I was born here and during my time, I've seen my aunt, uncles, and grandma and other younger families struggle to breathe. And it's really scary as a child, them telling you to run and get their inhaler while you see them hyperventilating. And that's so scary. And I have to be honest, I'm scared of developing respiratory issues because of these particles. They are a silent killer. They so easily get into our lungs and do damage and refineries are taking little to no action. Refineries have more than enough money for the scrubbers, and the ESPs are hazardous and dangerous. And they are known to cause fires, and that is really no good for California. And the wet grass scrubbers are definitely the better option for our community. People have no choice but to breathe in these pollutants and are struggling. And the residents of Richmond and other parts of the Bay Area don't deserve that. They really don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Halima. The next three will be Joshua Linker, Gordon Johnson, and Ann Vorderbruggen. Joshua, can you unmute yourself?
Good evening. My name is Joshua Linker. I was born and raised in the Bay Area. I'm an industrial electrician here at the Martinez Refining Company and a member of the IBEW. Like everyone here, I have an invested interest in the safe, responsible operation of this refinery, which is essential to the modern world. I live in town. Given where I work, you might be surprised that I agree. I would prefer the world's energy demand to be 100% renewable, but that just isn't how it works today. So my concern as a citizen who actively works in the energy sector is we're going to legislate and regulate away every industrial process eventually. These behemoths that are these companies, they don't just vanish. There isn't an invisible border past our coastline. They'll just move somewhere with less stringent regulations and safety standards, Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Gordon, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gordon Johnson. I'm the environmental manager here at the PBF Martinez Refinery. And I wanted just to touch base a little bit more on the cost effectiveness and throw down, just provide some numbers on what we're talking about here. I've also worked in this field for over 30 years, and during this time, I've been involved with a lot of rulemakings. I've also worked a lot with the Air District over the last 30 years, as well as with the public in these rulemakings. And one of the key elements that makes a successful regulation is whether or not it can be done in a cost-effective manner. The cost effectiveness for PM is typically in the range of around $25,000 a ton. And for a wet gas scrubber in the staff report, it advertises a cost effectiveness of around $165,000 a ton, or an order of magnitude higher than what is what has historically been cost effective. We've done our own cost estimates on how to build a scrubber at our site, and the number is more around $800 million to build a scrubber, and that corresponds not to $25,000 a ton or $165,000 a ton, but more on the $600,000 a ton mark. So, industry, again, we've been here working with the district and the public for years, and it's been very successful, and real reductions have occurred at our site and substantial reductions, but again, in a cost-effective manner. The other reality at our site for everyone to know is wet gas scrubbers have a fairly significant physical footprint. And at our site, due to site restrictions and space limitations, there just simply isn't enough real estate to build or site one of these scrubbers at the plant. So with that, in closing, I just encourage the district and the public to keep all of this in mind and to help all of us develop a rule that can help achieve substantial emission reductions. And keep in mind, option A does give us quite a bit of substantial emission reductions. But we also are looking for a regulation that is economically cost effective and both technically feasible. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for your comment, Gordon. Next up, we have Anne. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Ann Vorderbruggen. Good job on pronouncing it, actually. I'm an environmental engineer at the Martinez Refining Company, and I also am a longtime resident of the city of Martinez. I'd like to thank staff first for holding this workshop. I know this has been a kind of a marathon session here, but I think it's important for us all to get more information about the PM limit of the 0.01 and its related control technology, the wet gas scrubber. I'd like to touch tonight on the negative impacts environmentally of a wet gas scrubber. They are extensive and they need to be thoroughly considered during this next stage of rural development. We've heard a lot about the amount of water which would be consumed by a scrubber, which is great. At our site alone, this could equal up to 200 million gallons of water each year. Not insignificant. That's equivalent to over 2,000 homes. That would be taxing for an area that's already challenged by its water supply. I applaud the district for recognizing this in the staff report. But water isn't our only environmental challenge. Greenhouse gas emissions also need to be contemplated when considering a wet gas scrubber. The greenhouse gas emissions from a scrubber could be equivalent to over 10,000 metric tons each year, which is similar to an additional 2,500 cars on the road each day. So these estimates are just for Martinez Refining Company. They don't include any other scrubbers that may be required by the district, which would obviously multiply the impact. The list of negative environmental impacts goes on with requirements for increased electricity, natural gas, caustic, hazardous waste. In summary, it's not a green solution. The negative environmental impacts have to be considered as part of this conversation. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment, Anne. Just want to let everybody know we're about 16 minutes past 8 o'clock and we still have quite a few names left in the queue to speak. And I want to thank everybody for being mindful of everybody's time and being brief with their comments. So next up we have Steve Rosenblum, Jennifer Wood, and Julie Harris. Steve, if you could unmute yourself. Thank you. Steve, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm having trouble unmuting. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I got, my computer was messed up there for a second. Yeah, I'd like to respond to several comments that have been made by the refinery community, which I think are misleading. First, Mr. Nipa from the Martinez Refinery said that the costs were incorrect, and that also Gordon Johnson said that it would cost $800 million based on their estimates. I'd like to have them provide us with a couple of competitive estimates from suppliers, not ones made in-house that are designed to enforce their particular point of view, but ones that are intended by suppliers to compete for the contract. In my years of working in government and industry, that's what we always did when we were trying to make cost estimates, is to get quotes from suppliers that were competitive. That's the first thing. Second thing, I'd like to have the people that are concerned about jobs and a just transition, as Mr. Schreiber mentioned, to talk to the people that are talking about just transition. We're not just talking about retraining workers, we're talking about helping communities to recover from the loss of tax base, to help their schools survive. It's a bigger issue. And if you think that the refineries are going to look after you, if it's in their economic interest to shut them down, you're highly mistaken. They're going to lay you off in a minute if it's going to make their shareholders an extra dollar. Finally, I really think that what Anne Verbruggen said about wet gas scrubbers is completely off base. The water use is a number pulled out of the air, and it's based on no reuse of the scrubber water. In a typical installation, the water that's recirculated is cleaned and reused. It's not disposed of. So I don't know what that 400,000 gallons a day is based on, but it's a number pulled out of the air based on nothing as far as I can see. The second, she said that there are high GHG emissions from a wet gas scrubber. That's total nonsense. Wet gas scrubber has no more emissions than an electrostatic precipitator, in fact, probably less. And any emissions would occur from the FCCU, from the regenerator, not from the scrubber. The scrubber takes particles and soluble gases out of the gas stream. It doesn't add anything back in. So I don't know where she's getting her information from, but that is very misleading. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Steve. Next up, we have Jennifer Wood. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, thanks. Hi, I'm Jennifer at MRC. I'm a process safety rep for the union and an operator. I can only speak to my experience, but I can tell you that on my job search, there was not a green energy job available to me. A refinery offered me a free education and then later a job in a field where I could stay where I lived and have health care and financial security and buy a home in this community that I was already a part of. I just ask that you find a reasonable solution to Rule 6.5 and we'll continue to keep our standards high. I think there's a better approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next up, we have Julie Harris. Julie, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, hello. I'll cut mine way down. First, I will say that I've been an active trade unionist my entire adult life, and I am happy that you guys are unionized at those plants. That's what's giving you all those great benefits, not your management and administration. If they had their way, you wouldn't have any of those benefits. I'm a retired registered nurse who has served patients of every age. I have witnessed what particulate matter does to the human body. It is beyond comprehension and shameful that the district would not have demanded the most effective technology possible to reduce this deadly particulate matter to the absolute minimum possible a long time ago. Wet scrubbers have proven to be the most effective and the safest. So let's just do it. You know, let's stop putting profit concerns above the health of people who have no alternative but to breathe this air. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, for your comment. Next up, we have Susanna Catalano, Cheryl Suduth, and Kevin Olson. Susanna, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Good evening. I'm Suzanne Castellano, and I work at the Chevron Refinery in environmental compliance. I have lived in Richmond, and I've been supporting the refinery since last year. So I believe that this is a question and answer session. So I have a question for the district. And in your model, did you include the reductions of particulate matter from the Chevron modernization project?
We'll go ahead. Thank you for that question. We'll go ahead and type in the question and the response in the chat so that we can move through some of the folks whose hands are raised. But thank you so much for that question.
Next up, we have Cheryl Suduth.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this forum this evening. I'm Cheryl Sadith. I'm a cell and molecular biologist and biochemist and environmental scientist. And I'm also the elected representative at the West County Wastewater District for this area, serving as the current president. I'm an advocate for access to clean, safe water, someone who has chronic bronchitis, who actually lost my voice for nearly 3 years from a respiratory illness. And I have a child with chronic bronchitis, with chronic asthma. My husband is a longshoreman, so I believe in unions. I believe in the power of unions. But what I believe in more is also the power of the community to be able to have the ability to have the God-given right to have fresh air. This Richmond and San Pablo community of 150,000 people, of 28 square miles, has been exposed to more emissions from these large refinery and chemical plants, and these petroleum coke terminals, and these organic liquid storage and distribution facilities, in all of these toxic areas. We have more asthma emergency room visits and a higher rate of cardiovascular disease than anywhere else in Contra Costa County. And most of these communities is already considered by the state as one of the most disadvantaged areas, where unemployment, low education attainment, higher housing burden than anybody else, and lower life expectancy in Contra Costa County. And what I keep hearing about on this call tonight is people putting a price on the head of this Black, Latino, Indigenous, and other people of color and low and disadvantaged people in this community. When you look, and you can talk about PM 2.5 all you want to, but when you look and see that this Richmond and San Pablo community is already at the 95th percentile in this state, when you look at their CES indicator, I want to ask some of you who are advocating not to do something for these communities. I'm a compliance officer by trade. This is what I do for my mortgage paying job. I'm a compliance officer, and I'm also a procurement officer. And I say to you, yes, jobs and everything else is important. And I do believe that there's other choices that we can make. But I'm gonna ask some of you, how much would you pay, or how much would you sell your lungs for? Your heart, your ability to breathe fresh air or drink fresh, clean water, avoid cancer, protect your children from asthma or bronchitis or cancer or lead or magnesium or phosphate poisoning, or the side effects from that? How about low insulin levels or loss of appetite or the inability to sit still in class, or neurological effects from some of these? How much would you pay for that? How many jobs would you give up to make sure that your child can get past age 8? It's enough. We have to stop all of this researching and polling and talking about the lessons that we should have learned about the environmental injustices that have been plaguing our Black and Latino and Indigenous communities, our impoverished communities, and build a system that will successfully implement a sustainable community air protection program that stops having to make this false choice of doing nothing or shutting down everything and transferring the burden to these already burdened communities. There is an answer between the two. We don't have to take away all jobs, and we don't have to do nothing. There is a middle ground, but that middle ground cannot be that these communities that have bear the brunt have to bear it again. We have to transfer these benefits to these disadvantaged and emissions burdened communities, and they cannot be impacted again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cheryl, for your comment. Next up, we have Kevin Olson. And after Kevin, we have Amanda Milstein, Matt Holmes, and Tarnell Abbott.
My name is Kevin Olson. I'm an environmental engineer at the Chevron Richmond Refinery. BAQMD is proposing a 0.01 grains per scuff wet gas scrubber PM10 limit and a 0.02 grains per scuff ESP limit, but hasn't provided the data to support these limits or to show that a wet gas scrubber is more effective. And so I would like to see that analysis of how they came up with those limits.
Thank you, Kevin. Next up, we have Matt Holmes. Or I'm sorry, Amanda Milstein. Amanda, can you unmute yourself?
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. My name is Amanda Milstein. I'm a primary care pediatrician in Richmond, and I live with my own 2 young kids just a few miles from Richmond and El Cerrito. I take care of babies, young kids, teenagers, and young adults who live and who have always lived in the shadows of the Chevron refinery. I'm willing to bet I may be the pediatrician for some of the people who are on this call now. As a pediatrician, I understand what it means to health when jobs are lost. But I also understand and see every day at work the cumulative impact that particulate matter pollution has on the children who breathe Richmond's polluted air every day, year in and year out. Particulate matter is deadly. All of the research is pointing to this over and over again. It is linked to heart attacks, asthma, and premature death. Babies and children, my patients, are especially susceptible to the health impacts of particulate matter. They breathe at a faster rate, their lungs are still developing, and they spend more time outdoors. In fact, children who breathe more PM 2.5 have smaller lungs and slower lung growth overall compared to those who breathe less. My patients, your children, suffer from asthma at rates double the national average here in Richmond. I can prescribe them albuterol and steroids, and I can tell them to stay inside. But Bachmed, I need you to do the job that I can't. I need you to protect my patients' health. We are at the precipice of making a decision as a society, as the Bay Area, as a world. Will we continue down the path we've been on for 100 years, degrading our environment and hurtling our children toward an unlivable planet and an uncertain future, or will we change course? We need the strongest, best available technology. Anything less is selling our children, your children, severely short. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. And we are at past 8:31, but we will stay on to get through the rest of the comments. So next up, we have Matt Holmes.
Thanks. I was just about to email him in and then I heard my name, so I'll try to be quick. So Matt Holmes, I live in Stockton and in Richmond. I've commuted to Richmond since 2009. I've done like urban conservation work and education work, and it's focused in the most underserved census tracts in Richmond for that entire time. I also worked in Martinez for part of that time. So, those experiences were enlightening. So I want to highlight some of the comments that Andres brought up earlier about racial equity. Probably not my comment, but despite my melanin content, I've actually broke bread and worked at Common Purpose in these communities. So I've seen the ambulance calls. I've personally issued stop work orders so many times that I can't count. So I think one of the structural problems here is like these calls are being made by regulators who don't live in these communities, except for maybe John Joya. He's the only one that lives with us. So that's a big picture problem. And so you guys get to be nuanced about these calls and hear requests from industry about, very careful and minute details about atmospheric chemistry. You just have a really different conversation when, somebody's life is being threatened by some of these calls. So there's a theme about being more protective. And so I'll just join the chorus of people that say public health costs are astronomical and they should really overwhelm this conversation. If there's any guess about which is more protective, you go with the more protective. Not discussing public health costs up front is kind of like keeping two books. That's what they got Al Capone on. Omitting history is as bad as lying about it. If that makes gas and kerosene more expensive, so be it. How that hurts jobs, I don't know. That should raise more questions about the values of the companies that make those calls and then hold their employees hostage and gin them up to come to these meetings and complain about how their economic security is being held hostage. So we'll get to workers later because I think that's a really nasty phenomenon that we see here. But I want to spend a little time on it being okay to make this stuff more expensive. If that's what it takes to shrink public health costs, we save money in the long term. I also want to point out, this isn't just about you all there, right? I live out in San Joaquin County. Most of that stuff blows downwind on us. We choke on that as much as any of you. The secondary particulate that y'all still don't have the math on, it lands out here. We're in non-attainment zone. The balkanized regional air districts is a disaster. That's a good way to hide the ball and push, play the margins and the gaps in between regulators. And I think we're going to do something about that. But I'll just share real quickly. the Delta Stewardship Council's climate vulnerability assessment. There's lots of really meaningful data in here about people, but I'll hit you guys with the numbers since this feels like a numbers crowd. So we're just looking at like commercial structure exposure in the next 30 years. The climate vulnerability assessment shows Contra Costa County suffering 14 million. San Joaquin County, $1.05 billion in structural impacts in the next 30 years from flooding. Commercial activity, you guys are going to get hit with $180 million. Guess what we get out here? $1.48 billion in economic activity impact. So let's split hairs over which one of these adds up to 39 million versus $14 million over a multiple year use. So, we need to start thinking about ourselves, people that are, in the long term, people that are saying, I got a job now, so I feel more secure. I don't take any comfort that baby boomers had good jobs 50 years ago. My neighborhood's crumbling around me. I live in South Stockton. Like, do I want to look back at the heyday and like tell those guys that they looked around the corner and did some kind of root cause analysis? You guys talking about your jobs. I wish you'd talk more about your kids. I wish you'd talk more about your family. And for the jobs thing, if you're a regulator and if you're an industry pushing back on this, you better do a better jobs analysis. I'll just bring up the coal industry corollary. Our country bent over backwards for a couple of decades to make an industry feel important when more people fold socks at JCPenney's. I'm sorry Pennsylvania has those issues, but that wasn't something that should have tied up our energy policy for so long. So I'm sorry you're cool with San Joaquin County losing over 17,000 parcels of housing in a single flooding event when the levees burst. And then I'll just close by saying, I think I can walk and chew gum. Like, I'm not in the crowd that wants to shut down the refinery. I know what y'all will do in the Bay Area. You'll push it out here. I just want it to be the most advanced campus on the planet. And I think that's what workers should want too. You guys should want to be in the safest place on the planet. You guys should be the place where everybody comes to learn how to do it right. The Norwegians shouldn't be looking around going, you built a pipe around the regulator? Really? You built a secret pipe and we caught you with it and it blew up? Those are cartoonish stories that none of us should ever have to tell. And then I got to make a correction to a comment I made in the breakout section. I brought up SIMS to kind of make a point about continuous emission monitors, a point about evaluating these strategies. I do understand that that's not the best way to evaluate PM right there at the pipe from the two different strategies. But I think it also highlights the fact that you guys have like an incomplete ontology. You can't evaluate these things, but you do know that one does a little bit better job. And so you need to go with the little bit better job. If you don't have enough information, you need to default to the protective principle, the precautionary principle. Economic analyses from people, you can't pull your pockets out and turn around every 3 months and tell us how good you're doing and brag to your shareholders about how well you're doing. And I know there've been some tight quarters recently, at least on the books, but I don't buy it. So our books look pretty bad. I live in a neighborhood in Stockton where people are used to having asthma and dying 20 years younger than our neighbors. Most of the people making these calls. So thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you for your comment. I just want to say thank you again to everybody who's been patient with us. We do want to make sure we get to everyone who does want to speak, but if we could please be mindful of other people's time and keep your comments brief so that everybody can speak. Next up, we have Tarnell Abbott.
Hi, my name is Tarnell Abbott. I live in Richmond. It's simple. If you listen to the community, clearly we want clean air. Too many people in our city suffer from asthma, heart disease, and cancer. We want a strong rule to be adopted. Chevron must be required to drastically reduce its toxic fine particulate matter. The charts and maps document that this is an issue of environmental justice. There's a false narrative thrown out. Jobs are clean air. Why does a wet scrubber mean job loss? It seems like the burden of the cost of improved air pollution is to be borne by the workers. Does this mean that Chevron has an excess workforce? Maybe they could pay their top executives less money instead of cutting jobs. I'm a strong union advocate. My parents were union organizers. I've been a shop steward and a vice president of a local chapter. It is obscene that the industry threatens layoffs in order to have employees beg you for jobs. And I was one of those mothers who had to rush my young son to the emergency room for life-saving asthma treatments multiple times. Now, we are in a climate emergency. The fossil fuel extractive economy will end, and the industry needs to get proactive in just transition. You need to start retraining and retooling the refineries, not relocating. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarnell, for your comment. Next up, we have Helen Chen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Helen Chen, and I'm an environmental specialist at the Chevron Richmond Refinery. I was born and raised in the Bay Area. I wanted to follow up on the question regarding emission changes from the Chevron modernization project, whether they were included in the modeling. I see in the chat that it looks like the Air District didn't include the 25% PM reductions from the modernization project. And we believe that the model should be updated with the latest information so that we have the most accurate data in the model. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Helen. Next up, we have Janet Johnson. And after Janet, we have Alejandro Duenas. Janet, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Janet Johnson, longtime Richmond resident, co-coordinator of Sunflower Alliance, and a former union electrician and shop steward. Like so many others who have spoken, I urge the Air District to adopt the strongest possible version of Rule 6.5. You can make enormous difference in the health outcomes and the futures of our young people who are so much more vulnerable due to their developing immune systems and larger lung surface in relation to their body weight. I want to bring to your attention some of the work that's been done regarding the connection between air pollution and cognition in youth, something not covered by the Air District's socioeconomic impact analysis. A 2019 study reported in Environmental Health Perspectives found that exposure to PM 2.5 in the first years of life is associated with poorer performance in memory and cognition. It reported that, quote, exposure to air pollution at the beginning of life and throughout childhood is a threat to neurodevelopment and an obstacle that prevents children from reaching their full potential. This burden, not included in your analysis, weighs disproportionately heavily on Richmond's low-income population. We need to find a way to move forward that will make everyone whole, but not on the backs of our kids and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet, for your comment. Next up, we have Alejandro Duenas. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, my name is Alejandro. I have been a resident of the Bay Area my whole life, and in a few weeks, I will be a resident close to the Martinez Refinery. The effects of air pollution are being felt by the frontline refinery communities. I understand the Air District is obligated to evaluate all impacts of rulemaking, including economic analysis, but can the loss of human life be compared to a dollar amount? Jobs are being replaced, but public health is not. Stop putting profits above the health of people who have no alternative but to breathe this air. I grew up in a home that bordered the land owned by what is now the PBF Martinez. With no family history of cancer, my mom developed breast cancer, which she battled 3 times, unfortunately. And eventually she lost her fight with breast cancer. 3 years after we moved out of the house, the mother of the family who moved into the house developed breast cancer as well. I myself have severe asthma. My mom was not here to see me graduate from college or get my first full-time job, and she will not be there to see me get married nor meet her grandchildren. Refinery employees argue that the Bay Area already has the most stringent regulations in the nation. What does this mean when 12 states, including California, are suing the federal government for refusing to lower the health standards for particulate matter when scientific evidence clearly shows health impacts can occur far below the standard? The current rules are not health protective, and we must fight for the most stringent rules possible. With the growth threat of wildfire, the Air District is under enhanced responsibility to reduce particulate matter pollution. This means taking every action possible to reduce the threat of PM 2.5 in our communities. Oil industry's profits should go towards implementing the best available technology to mitigate emissions that cause severe health impacts to families living in their vicinity. While the Air District has no land use authority, it is responsible for protecting air quality and public health. No refinery should be able to be built this close to a residential area today. Please listen to the voices of the people that have expressed their concerns at board meetings, workshops, and through public comment. We are the families paying the human cost for refinery pollution. Please adopt the most stringent option to protect the health of working class families who have little choice but to breathe the air that Air District employees may be fortunate enough not to. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. Next up, we have Ricardo Rendon, Roy Mather, and Ashley McClure. Ricardo, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, good evening. So I'm a 40-year employee at the Chevron Richmond Refinery, and I've lived in the Bay Area all my life. Conquered 27 years next to the now Marathon Refinery. The last 33 years in Benicia next to the Tesoro Refinery. Me and my family live in Benicia right now. So I want to second what was said by a few of our other employees that the district didn't take into consideration the new building of the hydrogen plant and what emissions it took out, particulate matters, after we shut down the older hydrogen plants. In my 40 years here, Chevron's always been striving to get better at air quality and water quality, because I'm part of the water effluent treatment system here. And we shut down older crude units, older wax plants, asphalt plants. We shut down the older steam plants and built a cogeneration in 2000. And then recently the old hydrogen plants and put in the new hydrogen plants and made a lot of reduction in greenhouse gas. So my point is I believe everyone should have clean air, but I think there's got to be a better solution out there. The cost is looked at like 1.4 billion, they're estimating. And the size of the wet gas scrubbers aren't equal, because our refinery is larger than some of the others, so we'd probably have to have a larger scrubber. So I think that's why the increased cost on ours versus the others. And so my point is just we may have gotten to where we needed to scenario B when we put in the hydrogen plant as far as particulate matters as a whole. And I'm concerned about the conclusion of the difference it's going to make may not be as much as we think putting in a wet gas scrubber. That's it.
Thank you, Ricardo. Next up, we have Roy Mather.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Roy Mather, and I'm the wharf master here at the PBF Refinery in Martinez. I have been at this site for 6 years. Prior to PBF and Shell, I worked at California Fish and Wildlife as a regulator for 10 years. After a review of the workshop report, the wet gas scrubber scenario would likely have significant negative environmental and economic impacts. For example, a wet gas scrubber requires substantial water use, and the particulates washed and disposed into the bay waters, which may be a violation of the California Fish and Wildlife regulations, which prohibit deleterious materials discharged into state waters. Also, vessels from China and India have already started unloading unfinished gasoline in California terminals. Oil refineries are a critical national asset and should be supported. Lastly, if you are required to build a wet gas scrubber at an astronomical cost, I highly doubt the company would do it. In which case, California will be even more dependent on production from overseas and other countries. I ask that you find a balanced solution that makes both economic and environmental sense. A wet gas scrubber is not that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Roy, for your comment. Next up, we have Dr. Ashley McClure.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. So I'm a primary care physician and I work in Oakland. I live in Berkeley and have many patients who live in Richmond. And I want to really articulate, my understanding of BACMED's mission is to protect and improve public health. And I cannot see a possible way to fulfill that mission without requiring the best available technology to reduce the particulate matter that we know, like other colleagues have said, particulate matter causes early death and it causes premature mortality from all causes and from cardiac and pulmonary specific causes. So there's no doubt that particulate matter is deadly to humans. And in our moment of COVID, there's been so many institutions who have made statements about how, Black Lives Matter and we stand for equity and inclusion. And this is the time for BACMED to make that real, because a study out of Harvard, which recapitulates many other studies that came out this spring, showed that for 1 microgram per milliliter cubed increase, so just the tiniest measurable increase in PM 2.5 exposure in your neighborhood chronically, if you live in a neighborhood with just the tiniest amount higher of PM 2.5, when you get COVID, which my black and brown patients are getting at a much, much higher rate than my white patients, which has to do with many complicated socioeconomic reasons. But when you get sick from COVID, if you live in a neighborhood with slightly higher PM 2.5 levels, you are at a measurable 8% higher risk of dying from COVID than if you lived in a neighborhood with slightly cleaner air in terms of PM 2.5. So it is a no-brainer that in order to protect health and fulfill the mission of health, that we have got to implement the best available technology. And I really appreciated Matt's comments about, San Francisco Bay Area refineries, this should be like the cleanest possible refineries in the world. And this is a no-brainer that we need to install the best available technology now to protect our health and really make all of these, claims of equity, claims of inclusion and public health as a priority. This is the opportunity to do that. And I really hope that BACMED leads the way. You have the medical community behind you in terms of support, and we hope that you will make the right choice. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. McClure, for your comment. We have just 3 more hands that we're going to be able to take this evening, which will be Jed Holtzman, Jed Omutosu, and then finally Chris Keener. So Jed, if you could please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I appreciate the time. I'm actually, I think Chris spoke because he's the one who moved me to speak. So I want to thank all the Air District staff for working overtime. My head is spinning. I started with you all at 9:30 this morning, and thanks to, I see a board member here. I want to thank him for sticking around this long. I want to shout out to Cheryl for immensely recounting the incredibly encyclopedic harms of PM. And I was really just moved to raise my hand by Chris's comment. I want to thank you for sharing your story, or I should not. I want to thank him for sharing his story. And I really wish that we could talk about this over a beer. I'm just going to say a couple things that I don't think your employers are telling you because they would rather that you all be scared. Those job loss numbers are complete hogwash. What happens is a consultant looks at the cost estimate to the facility. Anything under 10% is assumed that the facility will eat 100% of that, which may not be a correct assumption at all. And anything over 10% will be 100% converted into either shedding jobs or raising the price of the product. And to figure out how many jobs, they just take the price, the cost over 10% divided by, how much your salaries are. And that's the number of jobs on that chart. That's how sophisticated that is. Those job loss numbers are garbage. It's actually offensive that the district would participate in scaring workers like that. Frankly, that they would pay a consultant to scare workers like that is offensive. But I also think, you know, your employers aren't doing you guys any favors either. I want to say no rule caused Marathon and Phillips 66 to decide to get out of oil and move to biofuels, shedding hundreds of jobs each. It was that they could get $3.32 a gallon for free of free taxpayer money for producing alternative diesel with biofeedstock. They don't care at all about their workers. And if they can make an extra buck over there, they will do that and leave the workers in the lurch. So the workers are in fear. And that sounds like an abusive relationship to me. I'm in a meeting every week for an hour and a half, including today, where we are explicitly just talking about just transition for workers and communities. So that when not for Marathon and Phillips leaving people in the lurch, we can't do anything about that. That's right now. But basically that we can actually plan together to have a future together, which is what we all want. So really I moved to speak because of Chris, because like, I really would love to hang, and we definitely do not want, you know, your life collapsing around you. And I want you to know that under no circumstances should the passage of the stronger rule cause that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Jed. Can Dr. Omotoso please unmute yourself?
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Omotoso. I'm a pediatrician based in Richmond at Lifeline William Jenkins Clinic, which has been in the community for about 40 years. And we see firsthand the effects of environmental pollution on the health of the children we take care of. And, you know, as many of you said, you know, this is an opportunity for us to listen to the community and do right by them. We've not done so for so long. And it's tough to hear us playing about with numbers. You know, we're talking about lives and generations being affected unjustly. And so I think it's important that we provide the best technology we know to help limit the pollution that we know is going on in this community. And we have to keep in mind, as some people mentioned earlier, national asset really is our kids and their future. And that should be a priority, you know, no matter the cost to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for your comment. Now, our last speaker, Chris Keener, can you please unmute yourself?
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for sticking around, those who did. Now, I am in complete agreement that harmful particulate matters cause adverse health effects for anybody who's in this, you know, who's in the zone of these things. But what we have to keep in mind when we're talking about the Bay Area and harmful particulate matters is that of the permitted industry that the BAA QMD permits for these particulate matters, the refineries account for only 17% of these particulate matters in the air. And so that leaves 83% of other industry in the Bay Area accounting for particulate matters in the air. And I feel that the oil industry is disproportionately being targeted for the adverse health effects of folks in the Bay Area, according to these numbers. Now, with that in mind, the refineries account for 3% of the total Bay Area emissions. And I was wondering what that 3% number looks like if you install a precipitator, and what that 3% number looks like if you install the wet gas scrubber. Do you guys have any information on that?
We'll try to address that question in the chat, but was that the final thought of your comment?
Yeah, that's, you know, we're just wondering, you know, like of that 3% total Bay Area emissions, how far will it go down? that 3% number, not the difference in between the precipitator and the scrubber, just that total number. How much would it go down for one, and how much would it go down for the other? Because I don't think it's for the cost that big of a percentage. Thank you.
Would Greg Nudd, do you want to try to answer the question?
Sure. It's been a long day, and it's not a good time for me to be doing math on the fly. But if you look at the materials available link here on the screen that Anish is showing, that'll take you to the staff report, and there's enough information in the staff report for you to make that calculation.
Okay, thank you, Chris, for your comment. And I want to thank everybody for joining us and participating in the workshop this evening, and for staying on an extra hour to provide comment. Before we wrap up and bring things to a close, I did want to bring everybody's attention back to our survey on SurveyMonkey. We value your feedback and actively use this information to improve our workshops so we can we just want to thank you again for participating. And this concludes our workshop. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And a recording of this workshop will be included in the rule development page, webpage on the Air District's website for Regulation 6, Rule 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.